Chapter 1254. Jiang Zhao's speech at the graduation ceremony could barely be considered a success. After reading a few sentences of the speech written by the letter gunner, Jiang Zhao went off script. Well, it turned out that he might as well continue reading Xian's speech. Although the girl was a little mischievous, she knew the severity of the speech and wrote the latter part well. However, after going off script, Jiang Zhao's bootlicking was too obvious. It was even more colorful than the rainbow farts of the rainbow horse, who didn't know how to praise their alma mater. Every time Jiang Zhao heard Fang Xingyun's clear voice backstage, he would know that he seemed to have gone overboard again. Well, that had always been Jiang Zhao's style. His mischievous appearance was filled with savagery, so much so that no one took him seriously. They all thought that Jiang Zhao was just joking in an exaggerated tone. However, when the people of the world reacted, they realized that Jiang Zhao's shameless boasting and bragging were all true. Amidst the enthusiastic applause and cheers, Jiang Zhao left successfully. Fang Xingyun couldn't help but hold his forehead and shake his head when he saw how pleased he was. After the speech, Jiang Zhao bade farewell to Principal Yang and teacher Fang before leaving in a flash. Jiang Zhao had taken some time out of his busy schedule to teach the junior brothers and sisters who had never seen the world. Jiang Zhao still had important things to do. As soon as he returned to Xinglin Courtyard, Jiang Zhao opened the space door in his office and entered his shadow ruins. He then began to study the third page of the third section of Star Warriors Era. If the third section of the functional book was counted as 7 pages, the first page was about improving the Star Warrior's realm and stimulating his potential. The second page was about reducing the Star Warrior's realm and weakening his potential. What would the third page be about? Most importantly, there were also 7 symbols that sealed Jiang Zhao's star slots on the third page, just like the second page. The problem was that the second page was about reducing the Star Warrior's realm and weakening his potential. Was it similar to sealing the star slots? Was that why there were 7 special symbols? The more Jiang Zhao thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Jiang Zhao, who had activated Star Power Abundance, frantically absorbed the star power from all directions while staring at the third page of the book. Look, let's just watch. Jiang Zhao would succeed when the tortoise fell in love with the mung bean. Why did I call myself a mung bean? Halberd mastery has leveled up. Platinum level 9. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. What the hell? If I say I'm a mung bean, I'll level up. If I say I'm a tortoise, won't I ascend to the heavens and my skill quality will reach star level? Jiang Zhao thought about it and decided not to humiliate himself. It was just a coincidence. Jiang Zhao knew that the upgrade of the heavenly halberd technique came from Jiang Yi, who was fighting a 1v3 in the ancient Yi Tower in the Calamity World. At this moment, far away in the Central Plains ancient Yi Pagoda City, on the martial arts field, the crowd of ghost monks below the stage were mesmerized by the fight and roared excitedly. On the stage, Jiang Yi held a sky halberd and was locked in a fierce battle with Jin Song, Jin Xiu, and Jin Chong. At the back, Yin Wei, who was watching the battle from a close distance, was leading his subordinates, Yin Yun, Yin Su, and the other silver concubines to support his master, for fear that the golden concubines would get angry and accidentally kill his master due to the fusion of Earth and the alien sphere. Chun Lingtao returned to Earth and Star Silver Wei was finally liberated. He was sent back to his hometown, ancient Yi Pagoda, and became Jiang Ye's right-hand man. The use of star techniques was prohibited in this competition. At the end of the day, Jiang Yi was just galaxy bait, which was only platinum in terms of star beast level. On the other hand, Jin Song, who was superior in martial arts, Jin Xiu, who was sinister and vicious, and Jin Chong, who was bold and unrestrained, were all of diamond quality. Although the ghost monks below the stage were all of the normal platinum quality, Jiang Zhao's disciples had long been upgraded by him. In such a battle between humans and monks, there was a huge difference in physical fitness between the two parties. Even if the use of star techniques was prohibited, it would still be a competition without any suspense. However, to the surprise of all the ghost monks, the sky halberd was really an artifact. On the surface, it seemed to be a 1v3, but in fact, every golden consort felt that their other two companions were traitors when they fought. No. There's a mole. Why do their companions always end up attacking their own people at the critical moment? What a great sky halberd! Poke, pick, stick, smooth, stick, wipe. What does it mean to borrow strength to fight? What does it mean to push 1,000 kilograms with little effort? It's indeed something used by short-lived ghosts. It's indeed impressive. Xiao. This is Luan Xiao. When it goes too far, Jiang Yi will be able to smile in the underworld. Jin Chong yelled, "Ah!" Jin Song yelled, "Ah!" Jin Xiao said with a sinister expression, "Get lost, you too. I'll fight Master one-on-one." Jiang Yi, who was carrying Jin Song's giant blade, swiped at Jin Xiao and hollered, "No one is allowed to leave. I'm going to fight the three of you alone today." "Don't go, dear." "Leave me? I can't beat him." Jiang Ye's epitaph should be, "I've been to this world." That Yi, I've shown off. Jiang Shao, who was far away in the stone villa area, gave Jiang Yi the greatest technical support. 1,000 skill points were thrown in. In an instant, Jiang Zhao's sky halberd mastery reached diamond quality level 0. It was also at this moment that Jiang Yi was reborn as if he was reborn. In the midst of the fierce battle, Jiang Yi shouted to the disciples of the Golden Couple Group, "Come up with 4 more. I want to fight 7 of you." Jin Sanyang couldn't take it anymore. She carried her giant blade and rushed up with her long legs. She used to be Master's right-hand man, but ever since Yin Wei returned, Master had changed his arms. New grudges and old grudges were settled today. Jin Sanyang turned into a ghost monk cannonball and directly exploded into the battlefield. Jiang Yi was so scared that his face turned pale, and he kept retreating. "What the F*** CK? You're serious?" Jin Sanyang laughed sinisterly. "I've always been serious with Master." The halberd in her hand was the short-lived halberd, and the monk in front of her was the life-taking monk. Save me some face." Jiang Yi frantically retreated and shouted, "What happened to the encirclement? Why did it change to a one-on-one fight? You guys come up." The ghost monks might not be very intelligent in other aspects, but their attainments in various techniques were extremely high. Their combat IQ was definitely maxed out. Obviously, they had long realized that Master could only fight one against many. Once it was a one-on-one fight, without a helper, he would be crushed to death by the Golden Couple Group from all directions. Otherwise, Jin Xiao wouldn't have said that her 2 companions were in the way and asked them to leave. Yin Wei's voice was hoarse. Be gentle," Jin Sanyang said. "I know what I'm doing." Pung. Before Jin Sanyang finished her sentence, she kicked Jiang Yi out of the arena. Yin Su stood up abruptly and said angrily, "This is what you call doing?" Jin Sanyang said, "It's already very, very light." Yin Chao rushed up and said, "Bullsh *T." For a moment, the silver couple in the arena and the golden couple in the back were at each other's throats as they charged forward one after another. Oh no! The ghost monks are going to fight in groups. The golden couple infantry are going to fight the silver couple cavalry head-on. As a fighting clan, the ghost monk clan had a fiery temper and could be ignited at the slightest provocation. The crowd of grass couple and cloth couple rushed up the stage in a frenzy. They wouldn't rush up to fight in groups, but, well, the most important thing was to participate. The main thing was the atmosphere, silence. Jiang Yi roared. Putting aside the ghost monks below the stage, the main thing was that the people on the stage were all his direct disciples, and they were all very obedient. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for this group of diamond-ranked direct disciples, Jiang Yi might not be able to suppress the ghost monks of Yigu Tower by himself. Of course, they had to respect their master, but the characteristics of the Ghost Monk clan were right there. If you didn't let them fight, you would really kill them. Following Jiang Ye's scolding, the golden couple and silver couple on the stage stopped one after another. Then, the Ghost Monk audience below the stage also quieted down and stopped rushing forward. Jiang Yi grimaced in pain, rubbed his buttocks with one hand, and eagerly climbed up the high ring. To be honest, Jin Sanyang didn't kick him hard. The effect of the show was greater than the actual meaning. Jiang Yi said, "All of you, stand at attention. Stand properly." For a moment, the golden couple and silver couple on the stage all stood at attention. However, because of the fiery group fight just now, these ghost monks all stood at attention with their faces close to each other. The scene was quite comical. It was all thanks to the large bamboo hat that blocked off the pitch-black ghostly faces. Otherwise, there might really be golden couples kissing each other. The Ghost Monk clan didn't reproduce by both sexes. Instead, they created the same kind through their own division, so there was no such thing as having a relationship. Jiang Yi seemed to have realized something. Was it because they were created by division, so they didn't have the concept of communicating with the opposite sex in their minds? That was why they were extremely energetic and had nowhere to vent their anger, so they only knew how to fight? Master, I understand. Jiang Shao finally knew why he trained so hard and improved his skills so quickly. In this aspect, he and the Ghost Monk clan achieved the same result through different means. The Ghost Monks didn't have it, so they didn't think about it at all. Jiang Shao did. But well, it wasn't necessary. Hiss! Jiang Yi took a deep breath. With the diamond fugitive body, his body was certainly not fragile. It was just that he fell a little hard and his butt hurt a little. Jiang Shao, who was far away in the stone villa, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, Jiang Shao was stunned. What's going on? Am I laughing at myself? Smack! Jiang Shao slapped himself in the face. What the hell are you laughing at? It turned out that not only did I laugh at myself, but I also hit myself. Jiang Shao hurriedly calmed himself down and focused on reading again. In front of him, on the third page of the book, half of the human body structure was revealed again. It was still half of the human body structure, only the upper body structure, and the lower body was filled with mysterious symbols. It was very uncomfortable to look at. Is this page scolding me? Jiang Shao had been trying to understand and study the direction of ceiling star slots, but only half of the book was shown to Jiang Shao. Why? Where did it go wrong? Jiang Shao frowned and couldn't figure it out. The direction of understanding should be correct. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this page to show him half of the human body structure. Is there some deviation in the functional understanding? Seal. Can it be understood as weakening the effect of the star slot? Weakening the actual effect of the star slot and the energy exerted to the minimum has reached the level of sealing? Huh! While Jiang Shao was thinking, the page in front of him became much clearer, but only the human body structure was clear. It was as if it had changed from 360p to 1080p, but the remaining half of the page was still filled with text symbols. Ye ancient tower in the arena. At this moment, Jiang Yi was the only one standing on the stage, while all the grimace monks lined up neatly and stood motionlessly below. Jiang Yi said, "Are you all very hot-tempered? Are you all very energetic?" There was a dead silence in the field. These ghost monks had been trained by Jiang Yi a long time ago. Except for the occasional mischief caused by their biological characteristics, which made them too impulsive, most of the time, they were well trained like soldiers under the lead of his direct disciples. Star Beast soldiers? Well, this term is very appropriate. It's not a skill to be arrogant. You guys fight together every day, and you know what your opponent is going to do as soon as he raises his hand. Jiang Yi touched his chin and said, "You guys have been waiting for the battle for so long and training hard day and night. It's indeed a waste of resources to stay here." China had an extremely long border, and the more forces there were, the better. In that case, I'll create a group for you guys and let you guys. I'll go. Before Jiang Yi could finish his words, his face suddenly stiffened. The ghost monks were a little puzzled, not knowing where their master was going meanwhile, far away in the stone villa of the great treasury. In Jiang Zhao's hands, the third page of the book burst out with a shocking light. The human body transformation diagram was complete. Jiang Zhao knew what he was lacking. Sealing was one of the effects. If there was a seal, there must be an opposite. Unsealing. Of course, it was not accurate to say that it was a seal. That was also the fundamental reason why Jiang Zhao had been stuck and unable to correctly understand the page. The concept of sealing was simply a hindrance. The real function of the page was not to seal, but to weaken. To weaken the effects of the star techniques in the Star Warrior's star slot and reduce the energy exerted by the star techniques to the lowest level, reducing it to the concept of nothing. Thus, it became the external manifestation of sealing. If it was deduced in reverse, it would increase the effect of the star technique. To be honest, Hopkins had used his actions to tell Jiang Zhao the effect of the page and give him a direction to follow. If Jiang Zhao were the first person to own Star Warrior era, it would be hard for him to imagine if he would never be able to figure out the effect of the page for the rest of his life and be stuck at the peak of the Star River forever. Jiang Zhao stared at the thick book in his hand in a daze and could not help but burst into tears. Damn it. Star Warrior World. Your little toxic healer is finally back. Thank you, Kazak, for the 50,000 rewards. Welcome back, King of Toxic Healers. Hand over your tickets, oh carrot, oh. Chapter 1255. Jiang Zhao lay on the grass by the lake in the forest with a blade of green grass in his mouth, while looking at the white clouds drifting across the sky. His eyes were a little dazed and he was even humming softly. You clearly love me very much too. There's no reason you can't love me. While humming, the dim star slots in the star map in front of Jiang Zhao's chest were gradually lit up. As long as you're not weak, why should we miss you? As Jiang Zhao sang, he was so moved that he cried. My youth, my happiness is back. At this moment, Jiang Zhao felt that the green grass beneath him was a little prickly. Candlelight, endurance. It's back. Jiang Zhao's body was terrifyingly sensitive. He sat up and rubbed the back of his neck. The realistic feeling made him ecstatic. The 1908 star techniques were all back. Jiang Zhao raised his hand and a huge pillar of blessing fell. He then put his palm down again and a bell dashed towards the sea soul lamp at the bottom of the lake. The rims of his eyes reddened. In an instant dark clouds gathered in the blue sky, as if a storm was about to come. In the distance, the roar dragon, which was entrenched on the roof of the third floor of the stone villa, couldn't help but raise its head and open its huge eyes to look at the surging clouds in the sky. Roar, roar! The roar dragon roared and flew into the sky. Jiang Zhao really cried this time. He wiped his reddened eyes and stopped summoning the star technique rain of tears. The toxic healer who could summon the wind and rain was finally back. He did stop, but the dark clouds could not disperse quickly. The roar dragon seemed to like such weather very much as it soared into the sky and shuttled back and forth in the dark clouds. Buzz! The buzz whale at the bottom of the lake dashed out and swam towards the sky that was filled with dark clouds. The dragon and the whale were originally resting, but the special weather conditions seemed to have made them find a custom-made playground. Jiang Zhao's body flickered, and he entered the basement of the stone villa. He hadn't been there for a long time. He had stored a large number of star beads that he had accumulated while fighting in the foreign mainland. The treasure chests piled up like a mountain, almost filling up the basement. A burst of star power gathered in front of Jiang Zhao's chest, and little candle appeared in his arms, lighting up the dark basement. Seeing the treasure chests all over the place, little candle opened her mouth wide and streams of star power flowed out of her mouth, as if she was drooling. The treasure chests that were opened were filled with shiny star beads, and Little Candle's eyes could not help but burn with desire. Jiang Shao rubbed the chubby boy's jelly-like body and directly activated star power abundance. A large amount of star power gathered, and he was determined to fill Little Candle. Ugh! Little Candle shuddered subconsciously. That soft and supple body trembled. It was extremely amusing. At this moment, it recalled the fear of being suffocated. Indeed, it didn't lack astral power when it was with its master. However, how could eating star beads and absorbing star power feel the same as having star power poured into one's mouth by someone else? Would you rather eat by yourself, or would you rather have your face pinched and spooned? Regardless of whether Little Candle liked it or not, its interest in the pile of star beads in front of it inevitably decreased. If it stayed in its master's arms for a while longer, it would soon be full. After all, there was plenty of star power on the alien ball, and it usually just played around. Hence, it didn't have much opportunity to consume star power. Jiang Shao placed Little Candle on his head and tugged it down. Little Candle obediently turned into a candle cap, and its body drooped down, clasping onto Jiang Zhao's head. Jiang Shao put on the candle cap and looked around. "I'll start from the first star slot, blessing bait." As Jiang Shao rummaged through the basement, his heart soon turned cold. The white ghoul witch star beads shouldn't be enough. The white ghoul witches on the alien ball were all of gold quality, although Jiang Shao would deliberately make the white ghoul witch star beads become of platinum quality when he obtained them. However, Jiang Zhao's blessing and bait were of candle moon quality. 1 candle moon equals 10 star beads equals 100 diamond equals 1000 platinum. He would have to use 10 candle moon quality star beads to upgrade his star technique to Jiayang quality. In other words, Jiang Shao needed 10,000 platinum quality white ghoul witch star beads. Jiang Zhao's inventory was clearly insufficient, and he had no choice but to go to Beijiang to hunt for star beads again. Besides, he had to be careful when hunting for them. If he were to go overboard, he would easily kill the white ghoul witches. In that case, let's start from the second star slot, green glow endurance. Compared to the white ghoul witches, the white ghoul star beads were clearly enough. Not only was it enough, but it was also more than enough. While vomiting, Jiang Shao frantically absorbed the star beads. He had long turned off star power abundance. At this juncture, he didn't want to cause trouble. The star power storage capacity of the platinum quality star beads was astonishing. Green glow upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Endurance upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Ugh! Jiang Shao sat down in the pile of star beads and began to doubt his life. His life deserves to be doubted too. I'll upgrade the star beads with sufficient storage capacity. Earthly light upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Star concealment upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Secondary image upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Domain tear upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Cleansing tear upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Sorrowful tear upgrade. Scorching yang quality. When Jiang Shao returned to the lakeside, he realized that the sky had already turned dark. Jiang Shao had always thought that training and fighting were physical labor, but now, he realized that absorbing star beads was also physical labor. In his star map, there were already 4 star slots of the highest quality. However, it was a pity that he would only be rewarded with skill points for the first upgrade to the Scorching Yang quality. There would be no reward for subsequent upgrades to the star techniques of the highest quality. They were: first star slot, Green Glow Endurance; 6th star slot, Spacetime Gap Calamity Shadow Ruins; 7th star slot, Earthly Light Star Concealment Secondary Image; 8th star slot, Domain Tear Cleansing Tear Sorrowful Tear. Jiang Shao felt dizzy and his body felt like it was about to explode. Even the little candle on top of his head felt dizzy. The candle cap that looked decent initially drooped softly, and it really looked like a candle that had been melted. The remaining 4 star slots had yet to reach the highest quality, and Jiang Shao had to go to the relevant areas in the Calamity Shadow World to hunt for them. Jiang Shao summoned the humming bear and threw a countercurrent light at it. Well, he could only bully the humming bear. The humming bear was the only diamond quality level 1. Jiang Zhao's other star beasts were all in a higher star power realm than him. The humming bear's plump body trembled, and it squinted its eyes comfortably. It raised its head proudly and enjoyed the large amount of star power that surged into its body. Should I test Scorching Yang, Green Glow? Jiang Shao stepped forward, knelt on the ground, dragged the humming bear's butt, and picked it up. The humming bear was still confused and looked down at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao, a burst of green light flowed in his hand, and he gently lifted the bear's butt. Ing! With a whoosh sound, the baby bear flew directly into the sky. It appeared. Sky-shattering bear. The bear flew up to a height of 200 meters before its momentum slowed down. Following the gentle sound of the whale, the humming whale flew down from the night sky. Its huge back caught the flustered humming bear in the air, and caught it firmly. Growl, the humming bear sat down on the soft back of the humming whale and rubbed its face with its paws. Its black eyes blinked as if it couldn't process what had just happened. Am I in the sky? Yes. Jiang Shao nodded in satisfaction. He didn't exert much force just now, but he managed to lift the bear up to a height of 200 meters. That should be the effect of the highest quality green glow. If Jiang Shao were to exert more force, it wouldn't just be a matter of repelling. How powerful would the powerful blow be? Jiang Shao secretly sighed and looked at the earthlight, star concealment, and secondary star techniques in his internal star map. As his body shape changed, a 3.5-meter-tall silver monk wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat appeared on the edge of the lake. Hee. A sinister smile appeared on his dark face, and he pinched the edge of the bamboo hat with his long fingers before pressing it down. At the edge of the lake, there seemed to be a mysterious ancient Chinese ranger. However, the burning candlelight on the bamboo hat made the scene a little strange. In the past, the secondary star technique of candlelight quality could only allow Jiang Shao to reach 282 meters and increase his height by 1 meter at most. However, at this moment, he could completely transform into a normal grimace monk. It's perfect. What's the limit? Where's the limit? Jiang Shao tried to transform into the humming whale, but a mini humming whale with a length of 482 meters landed on the grass. Well, although 482 meters was considered a giant for any creature, it was really a mini version for the humming whale. The belly of the mini humming whale was pressed against the grass, shaking its head and slapping its heart-shaped tail as it crawled forward. So, floating 3 meters is the limit? The humming whale wandering in the sky was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? However, the problem arose again. Jiang Shao could indeed change his form and become a mini version of the humming whale, but that was only the external form constructed by star power. He couldn't fly. He could only crawl on the ground. The humming whale looked at the mini humming whale wriggling on the ground. Although it knew that it was its master, the humming whale suddenly wanted to smack it to death with its tail. We're big fish. We're elegant and beautiful big fish that swims in the deep sea and soars in the sky. We're not caterpillars. Not earthworms. Not maggots. Jiang Shao immediately transformed back into his human form and pressed Little Candle into his star map so that it would not suffer with him. In fact, the most terrifying star technique was not secondary image, but earth light. On the internal star map, it was clearly written, when the star map vibrates violently, there will always be a strong ray of light, condensing star power, vibrating and changing the original appearance of the star map. Activating it will continuously consume star power. However, with the rising star map, the number of star slots and the star beads that have been embedded cannot be changed. 4/9. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed. 9 star maps? Jiang Zhao's own 9 star maps were not included. The newly created star maps included the Flower Blade, the Withered Bough, the Soul of the Sea Devourer, and the Star Warriors era. There are still 5 slots to create rising star maps? Yi Qingqian's Peace Buckle. Give me He Yun's Orange Bell Shield as well. And Elizabeth's Holy Cross for me. What else? I Jiang Shao want them all. Wait. According to this advancement method, Jiaoyang Earthlight has 9 star maps. In that case, does Jiaoyang Decoy have 9 decoy? There are only 12 people in a light-chasing team. I'll bring along 9 of me who have all sorts of terrifying star maps. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin. Okay, let's not talk about mountain crushing, wasteland reclamation, vigil, and star arrival. I, Jiang Shao, will be independent and form an army by myself. Top. Chapter 1256. On the 13th of July, the Starlin Army of Apprentices arrived at the Starlin Courtyard in the capital to report. Zhang Songfu personally took the field and lectured the newly arrived apprentices, while Hu Wei and his wife held the fort. They were considered to have accepted the group of young talent. Second last, Jiang Shao, Yi Zhizhong, and the others did not participate in the activity this time. Instead, they discussed the training, learning, and daily life of the apprentices in the conference room. The army of apprentices was too special, and they couldn't really be treated as apprentices. They were a godly team that had joined out of admiration for them. Therefore, after a period of symbolic training, they would be divided into groups and formed squads to protect the Star Arrival Army in large-scale battles. That was the best choice. What was worth mentioning was that not only did the students come to report, but a teacher also came to report. Hai Tianqing. Once again, he sat at the same table as her in the conference room of Second Last's office in the military camp. Hai Tianqing had once sat beside Second Last at the campfire party of the Birch Forest tribe and accompanied her to drink thorny fruit wine. However, they were far apart at that time. Although Hai Tianqing was sitting a few seats away from her in the conference room, he was still very close to her. It had been so many years since Old Tailfeather was shattered, and this was the closest Hai Tianqing had ever been to his old teammate. He had become a member of the Starlin Army and regained his codename of Fourth Last. Second Last silently approved of Hai Tianqing's re-enlistment, but she didn't say anything. Through everything that Jiang Shao had done for Old Tailfeather, Second Last knew very well that Jiang Shao was reuniting the team that had fallen apart. Or rather, Jiang Shao was fulfilling the old captain's wish. Without a doubt, Second Last was very pampering Jiang Shao. Regardless of how cold, domineering, or stern she appeared, she definitely treated Jiang Shao differently from everyone else in the world. That was for sure. Hai Tianqing's return seemed to be a matter of course. In the middle of the meeting, Zhang Songfu, the person in charge of the Starlin Army of Apprentices, rushed over with Hu Wei and Song Lan. The meeting lasted until the afternoon and everyone was happy. At the very least, Jiang Shao was very satisfied. He didn't have to do anything. All he had to do was nod his head in agreement. With someone more capable than him organizing and building an army of apprentices, the feeling of letting others do all the work was pretty good. After that, Jiang Shao bade farewell to everyone and returned to his office building with his guards. After sitting in the office for a while, Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss. He walked out of the house and stood in the empty corridor. He opened the window and looked down. Seeing the scene below, he couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, "Hey! There's someone smoking downstairs. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Cough, come up and smoke. It's fine." Downstairs, Wu Yao was squatting at the foot of the wall and smoking. Clearly, she was there to look for Jiang Shao. However, she reckoned that she was probably planning to add another cigarette in advance. Wu Yao did not dare to smoke at the entrance of the office building. A group of soldiers were standing guard and watching. She could only choose to smoke at the side of the building, under the shade of the trees. However, Jiang Kelly's perception was not to be trifled with. Moreover, this was only a low two-story building. Hearing the familiar voice, Wu Yao stood up and turned around. With a cigarette in her mouth, she looked up at Jiang Shao through the gaps between the branches and leaves that touched the wall. To be honest, Jiang Shao was tempted by that glance. It had nothing to do with the feelings between a man and a woman. It was just a pure human appreciation of beautiful things. In Jiang Zhao's heart, Wu Yao was equivalent to a boorish woman. However, compared to her previous ferocity, Miss Wu Yao, who had traveled half the world, had become much more reserved. Her golden hair was slightly messy, revealing her astonishingly charming face. There was no longer that indomitable courage in her beautiful blue eyes. She seemed to have calmed down a lot. Come to think of it, maybe there's a story behind it. Phew! Wu Yao tilted her head and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. She pinched out the cigarette with her fingers and Jiang Shao grinned. This girl. Doesn't she know that it's hot? Jiang Shao leaned half of his body out of the window and hooked his finger at Wu Yao. Come. Wu Yao raised her eyebrows slightly, then shook her head and smiled. She squatted down, tightened her thighs and leaped up. Rustle, 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 rustle of the leaves. The low two-story building was obviously not a problem for Wu Yao. She jumped up directly and even had some strength left. Jiang Shao grabbed her hand and almost fell out of the window. Wow, this shield. Is it real? It's heavy. Is there a weight hidden under her clothes? Jiang Shao exerted some strength and pulled Wu Yao up as he retreated. Wu Yao grabbed Jiang Shao with one hand and quickly climbed in through the window with the other. Jiang Shao let go of her hand and took a few steps back, patting the ashes off his hand. Damn, this girl is quite particular. She didn't throw away the extinguished cigarette, and kept holding it in her hand. Very good. On your first day in the army, you have no sense of rules and discipline. How dare you climb through the deputy commander's window? I'll give you a 3-day black room package, Jiang Shao said as he turned around and walked into the office. Wu Yao's expression froze slightly. What kind of trick is this? Entrapment. She followed Jiang Shao into the office and threw the cigarette butt into the trash can at the door. Looking at the sofa in the room, Wu Yao hesitated for a moment and decided not to sit down. Instead, she stood in the middle of the room. Jiang Shao waved his hand. Take a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. Wu Yao said, just stand. Save me the extra 3 days. Jiang Shao sat down on the chair and tilted his head to look at Wu Yao as if she was worth teaching. Well, not bad. You've grown up. The corners of Wu Yao's mouth twitched awkwardly. Jiang Shao asked, Why are you looking for me? Wu Yao thought about it and said, To do me a favor and build connections. Hearing this, Jiang Shao smiled. You're quite honest and carefree, aren't you? Wu Yao shrugged and said, I want to go back to Great Meng. Jiang Shao grinned and said, You want to protect your hometown? Why don't you just go to Great Meng and find a random local guard? I can't decide what I do or where I work when I join another army, Wu Yao said while staring at Jiang Shao quietly. Xinglin is different. You're here. Jiang Shao scratched his head and asked, What do you want to do in Great Meng then? Wu Yao said, I just want to guard the borders as a member of the Chinese army. Hearing this, Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, Isn't that a simple request? Why do I have to come to Xinglin? Jiang Shao placed his elbows on the table and leaned forward. What do you mean? Is there a story? Wu Yao said, I once returned to Great Meng as a star warrior and participated in 3 battles. However, the local army persuaded me to come back. After all, it's the border. I might seem to be helping, but I'm actually causing trouble for the local army and police. Jiang Shao smiled and said, Why don't you join them directly then? Wu Yao said, I'm too strong and there are too many variables in my position. Jiang Shao was speechless. Jiang Shao finally knew how others felt when they saw him bragging. The problem was, be it Jiang Shao or Wu Yao, their words were indeed infuriating, but they were the truth. You're strong, no matter how strong you are. Can you be stronger than me? Jiang Shao couldn't help but retort with a smile. Wu Yao smiled and said, that's one of the reasons I came to Xinglin. I don't feel any pressure when facing my superiors. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grimace and said, no, aren't you a little too confident? What star power level are you in now? Wu Yao said, late stage star C. Not bad indeed. After all, she was a contestant from the same generation as Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong. Although Ho Mingming was now at the peak of star C, she had a few months of battle experience in the alien sphere. During those months, Wu Yao was still on Earth where star power was thin. In the past 3 years, Wu Yao had indeed grown rapidly, and she had the right to be proud. After all, on Earth, the peak of star C was the ceiling, and she was about to touch the ceiling on Earth. However, that used to be the ceiling on Earth. At this moment, after Earth merged with the alien sphere, there was a qualitative change in the concentration of star power. Putting aside Xia Shanhai, who was a star warrior in his 50s, for the time being, the new generation of star warriors would definitely enter the starry sky stage with the passage of time. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, you're so arrogant even though you're only in the mid-stage of star C. Friend, you're too arrogant. Wu Yao asked, what do you mean by too arrogant? Jiang Shao said, too petty. Wu Yao was speechless. Jiang Shao said, but I like the way you put it. Since you're being straightforward with me, I'll be straightforward with you too. Star Advent 4th Regiment, Ghost Wolf Legion, Star Advent 5th Regiment, Ghost Monk Legion. Choose one. Wu Yao was slightly stunned and asked, Ghost Monk Legion? She was well aware of the Ghost Wolf Legion. Recently, the news of the Star Beasts forming an army had spread all over China. Wu Haoyang's past had also been dug out by the world. He was a star warrior who was training hard in school on the first day of the new year and accidentally entered the alien sphere. Later on, he met Jiang Shao and became a veteran of the Star Advent team. At this moment, Wu Haoyang was leading the Ghost Wolf clan, which he was on good terms with in the alien sphere, to guard the border of the 5 alliances in the north in the name of the Star Advent Army 4th Regiment. He was in the limelight. Jiang Shao nodded and said, yes, in addition to the apprentice army that has just been established, the Star Advent Army is going to add another legion. It's going to be made up of the Ghost Monk clan from the top of the ancient pagoda in the Central Plains. This group of guys is just like you. They're all bellicose and have a fanatical pursuit of battle. Now that I've gotten rid of them, they're rather obedient. I'm going to build a new Star Advent 5th Regiment and send the Ghost Monk Legion to Demeng. Wu Yao's eyes lit up and he asked, who's the leader of the 5th Regiment? Jiang Shao replied, me. Wu Yao asked suspiciously, you? Jiang Shao said, I have bait. This team is different from the United Ghost Wolf clan. The Ghost Monks are closer to humans. They have a lot of tricks up their sleeves and their biological characteristics are obvious. They're a double-edged sword, so I have to lead them personally. Wu Yao nodded and said, okay, I'll go to the 5th Regiment. Okay. Jiang Shao also nodded. The office fell into silence. After a while, Jiang Shao looked at Wu Yao and said, so? Everything's fine? It's settled? After getting what she wanted, Wu Yao was at a loss. Everything had gone too smoothly. Her good friend. Yes, she was indeed easy to talk to. Her attitude toward her former friend had not changed at all. Of course, everyone was mutually beneficial. If Wu Yao had asked to be the regiment commander or made any excessive requests, Jiang Shao would have kicked her out. However, Wu Yao's request was actually very simple. She just wanted to be a soldier and be stationed in her hometown. Wu Yao hesitated for a moment and put her hand into her pocket. She said, how about, I smoke? Jiang Shao was speechless. Outside the door, Chun Lingtao knocked on the door with a pot of hot tea. Chun Lingtao was overjoyed to see Wu Yao. Damn. She's a celebrity. He's a member of the national team for the 2017 World Cup. Although he's white, he's a pure Chinese, just a minority. Master is really impressive. I heard that there are many young Star Warriors who have already made a name for themselves in the Star Advent Apprentice Army this time around. They're young Star Warriors with a good reputation. Jiang Shao smiled and gestured to Chun Lingtao before saying to Wu Yao, "Give it to him, let him smoke it for me." Chun Lingtao placed the hot tea on the desk and subconsciously reached out to take the qingshan that Wu Yao handed to him. Chun Lingtao looked embarrassed and glanced at Jiang Shao meekly. Jiang Shao glanced at Chun Lingtao with a smile and said, "Stop pretending. Can you hide the smell of smoke all over your body? Get your sister to give you more blessings and cleanse your lungs." Chun Lingtao smiled sheepishly, while Jiang Shao was drinking tea and chatting. In the Calamity Shadow World, Jiang Zhao's main body was on a killing spree in Tianjin. At this moment, in front of Jiang Zhao's main body was Ying, who was wearing the Soul of the Sea Devourer and a candle flame hat. Without a teammate, Ying naturally took on the role of a shield warrior. Of course, with Jiang Zhao's current Jiao Yang endurance, he actually did not need any large shields to protect him. He was just training Ying to participate in more battles. Jiang Shao deliberately experimented with the third page of Star Warrior Era, Star Warrior Star Technique weakening and stimulating the star techniques in Star Slot. However, the effect was not ideal. Compared to weakening, the effect of enhancing a star technique was not worth mentioning at all. In fact, it could not even increase the quality of the star technique by a grade. There would only be some quantitative changes on the basis of the same grade. That was very uncomfortable. The effects of weakening and enhancing were not equal at all. It was just like a child who was good at studying. If he performed at a normal level, he would be able to get into a second-tier college. If he weakened it, he would be able to use various methods to make his academic performance plummet, and he might not even be able to get into a third-tier college. However, enhancing it, he could only slightly enhance the student's original academic performance so that he could get into the best college within the second-tier college. The most terrifying thing was that the enhancement effect was useless for top students like Jiang Shao. The highest level of Jiao Yang quality was equivalent to 750 points. Not even 1 point could be added. There were only so many points for the paper, and it was already full at this moment. Jiang Shao was surrounded by water droplets. The domain tears, clean tears, and sorrowful tears of Jiao Yang quality had all become star power water instead of star power rain. Besides, the range of the water droplets was extremely large. Be it purification or output, there were water droplets floating within a radius of 50 meters with Jiang Shao as the center. The water droplets were all fixed in midair, and the scene was simply beautiful. Jiang Shao cast a countercurrent light on the fallen shadow and looked at its trembling body. Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh and say, "It's not a good thing to have such good academic performance. The Yellow and Ghastly Classics has already been released, and it's time to raise my marks. However, I don't even have the space to raise my marks. I'm so angry, Apex." Chapter 1257. Enmity upgraded. Scorching Yang quality. Countercurrent light upgraded. Scorching Yang quality. Sound of silence upgraded. Scorching Yang quality. Jiang Shao, who was in the shadow cave, leaned against the wall of the tunnel and looked at the internal star map excitedly. Scorching Yang, enmity. When attacked by an enemy, there is a 7% chance of adding a fixed negative status to the enemy. Passive technique, active activation, continuous consumption of star power, list of negative status options. 1 burn, 2 freeze, 3 paralysis, 4 poison, 5 sleep, 6 confusion, 7 extremely light, 8 extremely heavy, 9 suffocation. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Suffocation? There's an additional status? There are a total of 9 negative statuses to choose from? Is there a word missing? What about the death part? Is it death or not? The probability has changed from 5% to 7%, but the probability is unreliable. If Jiang Shao had half of Han Jiangshue's beauty, he would probably be able to use 7% as 100%. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao couldn't get it. Jiang Shao thought about it again and again. He took the baby bear with him and quickly flashed to the land of Beijiang. In the depths of the forest, Jiang Shao whistled at a white ghoul that was sleeping on the ground. The white ghoul sat up abruptly. Its biological instincts were still there, and its crimson eyes were still filled with endless murderous intent. With one hand behind his back, Jiang Shao gestured at the white ghoul with his other hand like a martial arts grandmaster. Roar! Why would the white ghoul care who you are? Take life and death lightly, fight if you're not satisfied. It opened its pair of sharp claws and tightened its thick and powerful thighs. It then darted out and dashed towards Jiang Shao. Screech! Its sharp and long nails grabbed onto Jiang Zhao's palm that was blocking his forehead, making the sound of metal being scratched. There were even some sparks. The white ghoul's nails could be used as daggers. While resisting the white ghoul's attack, Jiang Shao chose to suffocate and activated the enmity star technique. Under the crazy attacks of the white ghoul, it soon got hit. It happened suddenly. The roaring white ghoul actually stopped after punching Jiang Zhao's arm. That pair of powerful claws clutched his neck tightly. The roar that was supposed to be filled with a wild nature turned into a continuous dry cough. The white ghoul's face was already ferocious. Then, it became extremely distorted, and its dark face gradually turned red. Jiang Shao couldn't help but shiver. F***ck, isn't this too poisonous? The white ghoul had obviously lost interest in fighting. It kept pulling its neck, as if there was a pair of invisible hands strangling its throat. The white ghouls were extremely irritable, scratching their necks and chests with all their might. Their long nails left bloody marks on their bodies, but to no avail. In just a few seconds, it had almost torn its own chest apart. That pair of scarlet eyes were wide open, constantly bulging outwards, making people worry that its eyeballs would fall out. Just a moment ago, he was still breathing, but now, he couldn't even breathe. He couldn't breathe at all. Jiang Shao retreated to the side early and looked at the pitiful white ghoul. He couldn't help but make a sad expression. It was precisely because Jiang Shao had a clear understanding of the feeling of suffocation that he knew what the white ghoul was going through. Not to mention attacking, the white ghoul couldn't even take care of itself. It was close to going crazy and couldn't even resist. Is it hypoxic? Is the blood not flowing smoothly? Even an ordinary person would be able to hold their breath for a long time. Of course, if it was a naked strangulation, the enemy would faint in just a few seconds. It was completely different from simply holding their breath. So, this is obviously not a pure inability to breathe, but an alternative attack mode? In the end, the white ghoul's majestic body softened and fell to the ground. From a lively fish on the shore, it became a pile of mud. Jiang Shao walked over and squatted down carefully. Poke! He stretched out his hand and poked the white ghoul's black and red face. The white ghost suddenly took a deep breath. His chest that was bleeding non-stop suddenly puffed up. Looking at the white ghoul in front of him who was panting heavily with its chest, heaving up and down violently, Jiang Shao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. How long did the suffocation last? About 30 seconds? Are you all right? Jiang Shao reached out and poked the white ghoul's face again. Ugh! The white ghoul whimpered softly, seemingly a little aggrieved and limp, as if it had exhausted all its energy. However, its biological characteristics were still at a godlike level. The white ghoul turned its head with difficulty, opened its mouth, and bit Jiang Zhao's finger again. Crack! The sound of its sharp teeth biting on steel was rather crisp. Ah, It's really stubborn. Jiang Shao looked helpless and was about to retract his finger when he realized that the white ghoul's chest had stopped heaving up and down again. Immediately afterwards, the white ghoul covered its neck with both hands again and curled up on the ground in pain. Jiang Shao was speechless. Did it get hit again? You're really unlucky? Jiang Shao smacked his lips and threw bell at the white ghoul before flashing away. I have to be careful when activating this star technique in the future. If my teammates accidentally touch my body and trigger such an effect, I'll be in deep trouble. For now, it seems that I won't die, but I'll go crazy. Jiang Shao began to search for the white ghoul and was also ready to test out counter-current light and sound of silence. His decoy and mecha were not idle either. At this moment, Hua Xing and his wife, who were waiting in Hope City at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean, were sizing up each other's star map and memorizing every detail. Clearly, Elizabeth's Holy Cross star map was something that Jiang Shao had to have. That was a bug in magic immunity. Jiang Shao felt that he could try the star map of the aging star. After all, star warriors were not immortal cultivators and would not be immortal. One day humans would have to die. Now, Jiang Shao was in the prime of his youth, and nothing else mattered to him. However, decades later, the star map of the aging star would probably be more useful to him than any other star map in the world. Of course, that was still too far away for Jiang Shao. His life had just begun. However, the star map of the aging star had another function. When the aging star turned into a weapon, it would not only return to the peak of one's mid-20s, but it would also improve on the basis of the body's peak. There would also be a small increase in the various attributes of the body. For a student like Jiang Shao who scored full marks, there was no room for improvement in the marks on the paper. Jumping out of the exam paper and looking at it from another angle was the most useful part of the exam paper. Clearly, the star map of the aging star was one of the options that would give him extra points. In addition, there was another star map that Jiang Shao was determined to get, and that was Three Tails Ink Flower Star Map. It was at the peak of control. The first form was to summon a giant ink flower that could attack, defend, and control in one. However, it was too powerful and was best used when one was facing thousands of troops. Once the giant ink flower bloomed in the chaotic battlefield, one would be able to kill as many enemies as one's teammates. As for the second form, it was those exquisite and small ink flowers. The star technique of controlling the human body and sealing people was simply the standard configuration for ultimate villains. Compared to Elizabeth's Holy Cross, Three-Tailed Star Transformation was more like an ability that a villain should have. After all, Jiang Zhao's opponent was Hopkins. In order to defeat the bearded old villain, Jiang Shao had to find a way to become stronger. At this moment, it was nighttime in Sahara West, Africa, and the 3rd Regiment of the Star Arrival Army was resting. In Han Jiangshua's shelter, she was teaching Bishop Elephant some simple Mandarin with the help of the Poo-Poo Whale so that he could command and control the chessboard army. On the chessboard behind Bishop Elephant were the Imperial Guards, chariots, and knights that were lined up neatly. At the edge of the forest not far away, Jiang Sun rubbed his chin and carefully scrutinized the star map on Three Tails' chest like he was admiring a perfect piece of art. There were only 2 people in this world who knew about Jiang Zhao's star map for the time being. The first was Han Jiangshua and the second was Three Tails. Of course, Jiang Shao did not tell Three Tails directly, but she had already guessed it. She knew that Jiang Shao had the ability to create star map. Yet, he suddenly looked for her and didn't let her do anything. She simply stood there and showed him the star map. How could she not know? Of course, Three Last would be duty-bound to do anything for Jiang Shao. If there was anyone in this world that could make her do things willingly, it would be Jiang Shao, not even Second Last. After all, Three Tails had an extremely difficult and tortuous life, and in the end, Jiang Shao was the one who helped her get to where she was now. When they were in the alien planet, the arrival of the Chinese army made Three Tails choose to leave the team again. Before leaving, she said to Jiang Shao, "I've let many people down. Now I've let you down again. I won't do it again." After saying that, she put on the circle mask that belonged to Jiang Shao. In fact, from that moment on, she became different. Jiang Shao, Jiang Sun, sized up Three Tails' star map while she stared back at Jiang Shao. Her pitch-black eyes greatly enhanced her aura of a villain. She suddenly said, "Do you want to become a pair of ink eyes like me?" Jiang Shao rubbed his chin and murmured, "How cool, it's the dream of a teenager." Three Tails said calmly, "Your world will only be left with black." Jiang Shao raised his head abruptly and looked at Three Tails' expressionless face. "Is your field of view black now? That's not right. How do you distinguish things then?" Three Tails said, "Black is different from black. There are lighter shades of black, grayish shades of black, brownish shades of black. You can only survive normally if you use your senses." Jiang Shao had a peculiar expression on his face. Colorful black? Three Tails was speechless. Jiang Shao pointed at Han Jiangxue, who was dressed in ocean blue camouflage, and asked, "What color is her clothes?" Three Tails said, "Ocean blue." Jiang Shao was so exasperated that he almost laughed. "Are you kidding me?" Three Tails shook her head and said, "In the second stage of star transformation, the ink that fills your eyes will fuse with you and no longer disturb you. However, in the first stage of star transformation, you can only see black. For example, the ocean blue that you're seeing now will turn into a military uniform with black patches. There will be a slight color difference between the patches, allowing you to distinguish the shape of the patches. Besides, you can't open your eyes. Once you do, the ink in the form of star power will flow out of your eyes and consume your star power." Jiang Shao smacked his lips and couldn't help but put on a sorrowful expression. He looked at Three Tails and said, "You'll only be able to see the colors of the world after the end of stars? It's been hard on you." Three Tails said, "I'm used to it." Jiang Shao said, "It's no wonder that you always looked lifeless when I first saw you. The world is filled with black. How can you be in a good mood? What's the difference between you and a blind person?" Three Tails said stubbornly, "I'm not blind." Jiang Shao said, Due to the fact that Three Tails' eyes were pure black and her pupils could not be seen, Jiang Shao wasn't sure if she was staring at him. She spoke again in a low voice. "You're not deaf either." Jiang Zhao's scalp turned numb and he begged for mercy. Okay, we're not deaf and blind." While speaking, Jiang Shao thought to himself, "What if I switch star maps after creating the ink flower star map? Would his eyeballs return to normal? What if the world regained its colors?" However, no matter what, it was a risk that he had to take for the sake of strength. Anyway, he had already engraved little Jiangshue's appearance in his mind. It didn't matter even if he was really blind. Besides, he still had the bait, the mecha, and the humming whale. They were all his eyes. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao took a step forward and slapped Three Tails on the shoulder. "Are you confident that you can teach me to break through the first stage of the ink flower and enter the second stage within a day?" Three Tails turned around and looked at Jiang Zhao's palm on her shoulder. She reached out, grabbed Jiang Zhao's wrist, and threw it away. She said calmly, "Advance to the end of stars first before you talk to me." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. You're looking down on me?" Jiang Shao pointed at Three Tails' nose and stomped his feet. Third Last looked at Jiang Shao silently and pursed her lips slightly before smiling at him. Too lifelike. You're looking down on me." Jiang Shao clutched his heart with one hand and leaned back. He took 3 steps back and muttered softly, I'm the king of toxic healers. I'm already so strong and powerful, yet there's still someone in this world who can look down on me? Little Jiangxue. Han Jiangshue's voice sounded from afar. Jiang Shao said. Open the door. Han Jiangxue was bewildered, but she still waved her hand and opened the door of the Ocean Ridge shelter. Behind the door was Jiang Zhao's main body, who had rushed over from the capital. As soon as he entered the room, he raised his hand and a diamond. Big blessing shot out. It was not a huge pillar of light, but a huge holy light array. Three Tails was clearly not prepared for a battle. After all, it was Han Jiangshue's Ocean Ridge shelter, which was a rare place for her to feel comfortable and safe during her tough days of missions. Jiang Shao Jiang Sun, who was in front of her, grabbed Three Tails' hand and said, Don't leave if you have the guts. Three Tails' figure was completely drowned in the violent holy light array. It was not just Three Tails. As the holy light magical circle spread out in the sanctuary, the chessboard army also crumbled into a pile of mud. How dare you look down on me? How far is the capital of China from the Western Sahara Desert? It's probably more than 10,000 kilometers. It's more than 10,000 kilometers. I'm coming. I'm not trying to prove that I'm better than others, but I'm trying to prove that I have to get back what I've lost with my own hands. Three Tails. Once you wake up, I want you to post Toxic Healer on the public chat. I'm begging for some tickets on the last day peak. Chapter 1258. After Three Last woke up, she was in a strange state. Her face was slightly flushed, but she was much quieter, which made Jiang Shao click his tongue in wonder. If it were someone else, they would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation and retaliate against him for using the blessing. But Three Last. Did she just admit it? She didn't retaliate or retaliate. In fact, she didn't even say anything. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao felt a little guilty. What a good girl. I can't bully her just because she's a big shot in Star End. Jiang Shao rarely saw Three Last behaving like a submissive little wife. After all, she would only behave that way in front of Second Last. Today, there was another person who could subdue her? However, to be honest, Three Last felt really comfortable. She felt giddy after using the blessing, as if her exhaustion had been washed away. Jiang Shao didn't really understand Three Last's inner state. At this moment, he only knew that he, Jiang Shao, had stood up. That night, Jiang Shao turned into a diligent student. Under Three Last's careful guidance, Jiang Shao managed to peel off her ink flower star map bit by bit after an entire night of in-depth communication. In Jiang Zhao's Earth Light Star technique, the number of nova maps created became 5/9. However, due to the fact that Jiang Shao had yet to comprehend the ink flower star map, there were no changes to his body and his eyes did not turn black. Jiang Shao summoned a brand new decoy that was in the Starry Sky stage and had an ink flower star map. He then left it beside Three Last. After that, Jiang Shao returned to the Star Arrival Courtyard in the capital city and returned to the world of the Calamity Shadow to test his Jiao Yang countercurrent light and Jiao Yang sound of silence. However, the effect was not ideal. There was no change in the introduction of Jiao Yang countercurrent light. It was still the same. Throw out several continuous rays of light to allow the connected target to share vitality and star power. From Jiang Zhao's experiment, he learned that the qualitative change period of countercurrent light had already passed, and there were only quantitative changes now. There were more lines, larger water pipes, and faster transmission of vitality and star power. Similarly, the qualitative change period of Jiao Yang quality sound of silence had also passed. Jiang Shao, who was in the Calamity Shadow world, found a large group of white ghouls and seriously experimented with sound of silence. The effect of silence did not change, and the creatures within its range still could not use their star technique. Their bodies were also completely frozen and immobilized. However, the range of sound of silence had increased. From its original diameter of 10 meters, it expanded to a diameter of 20 meters. The smallest range was also reduced from 50 centimeters to 20 centimeters. However, the duration was still 10 seconds, and it could be freely retracted. The big ones got louder and the small ones got smaller. The 20 centimeters diameter of the sound of silence was closer to a single sound of silence. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiao thought that the sound of silence would undergo a second qualitative change and change from an area-type star technique to a direction-type star technique. As long as he threw it out, it would automatically find its way and hit the target's head. Well, it turned out that Jiang Xiao was just daydreaming. While Jiang Xiao was fighting nonstop, the decoy that was left beside 3 last was not idle either. This bait was a late-stage Starry Sky Realm big bait. Even if his star map was empty and he didn't have any star techniques for the time being, Jiang Zhao's combat skills made him one of the top warriors in the world. What should I call myself? There was an ink flower star map in front of the decoy's chest, and the petals were fluttering gently. They were lifelike and extremely exquisite. Jiang Mo? Isn't that a little too artistic? Jiang Mo Hua? Isn't that a little too girly? Jiang Mo Hua? More girly, right? However, it doesn't matter. We're all men. Besides, after experiencing Jiang Kelly's wild and unbridled life, he understood that being a woman was actually pretty good. He was sure. The river flowers are redder than fire at sunrise, and the river water is as green as blue in spring. The decoy raised a finger and looked at 3 last in front of him. From now on, I'm called Jiang Sun suddenly said, Jiang Lulan. 3 last was speechless. After some consideration, the star sky bait was finally named Jiang Mo Hua. Needless to say, Han Jiangxue was the one who named him. Han Jiangxue was obviously not a genius at coming up with names. She chose the most appropriate name from the list of names that Jiang Xiao gave her. It was obvious that she named him after the star map. Jiang Mo Hua didn't resist either. He thought that there would definitely be good consequences if he listened to his sister, right? It turned out that Miss 3 last did not lie to him. She said that his world would only be left with black and white. 3 days. In just 3 days, under the careful guidance of 3 last, Jiang Mo Hua finally became blind on the 3rd night of his birth. No, Jiang Mo Hua's world was only left with black and white. This world is so unfair. Even if a weapon-type star map was given to you for free, you would still have to be strong if you wanted to turn it into a weapon. If you didn't have the support of the relevant weapon skills, you wouldn't be able to turn it into a weapon at all. However, the difficulty of functional star maps like the Sea-Devouring Soul star map and the Ink Flower star map was in the understanding of its functions. That was the simplest and also the most difficult. It was extremely difficult to turn the star map into a weapon because there was a rigid requirement for one's skills. However, as long as one was willing to train hard, one would be able to turn the star map into a weapon one day. It was because one had a very clear direction to strive for. 4 functional-type star maps, such as the Sea-Devouring Soul, did one know what the direction to strive for was? After one found out, one could feel that it was just SOSO after the fact. However, before one knew it, it would be terrifyingly difficult. One could only speculate and forcibly understand it, or if one had a solid foundation and forcefully advanced to the galaxy stage, they would be enlightened by the star map and let it tell them what the specific function of the star map was. In fact, a considerable number of star warriors in this world were forcibly enlightened by the galaxy stage and thus understood the true function of the star map. However, if one comprehended it on their own, it would obviously save a lot of time. For example, when Jiang Xiao was stuck at the peak of the galaxy stage, if he hadn't seen the rapid rotation of day and night in the Dragon Cave, and if he hadn't had a flash of inspiration to speculate and figure out the possible function of the 9 star maps, he would still be stuck at the peak of the galaxy stage for a long time. One day, when his body was really going to explode and he had no choice but to advance, Jiang Shao would enter the galaxy stage, and the 9 star maps would probably take the initiative to tell Jiang Shao what its function was. However, when would that happen? How long would he have to wait for Jiang Zhao's body to be fully prepared and for the star map to tell him about its function? The unit of measurement would probably have to be years, wouldn't it? At this moment, Third Last had already gone through the most difficult path and told Jiang Shao all the conclusions that she had obtained. It was equivalent to filling in the blanks in mathematics. Third Last tried a total of 100 solutions and calculated on 10 pieces of paper before finally coming up with the only correct answer. She then wrote 8726111742. However, Jiang Shao did not go through the process of trying and calculating at all. Instead, Third Last, who was sitting next to him, handed him a small piece of paper. 8726111742. Star conversion into martial arts. Ink flower. The note of change was in the star conversion into martial arts. Before Jiang Mahua's star conversion into martial arts, everything was still normal. However, after he received the teachings of Third Last and understood the ink flower star map, the ink flower injected a soul into Jiang Mahua. As the information of star conversion into martial arts was transmitted from the internal star map, his normal eyes were instantly filled with black ink and the entire world became pitch black. Due to the initial discomfort, pitch-black ink continuously flowed down from Jiang Mahua's eyes, leaving 2 pitch-black tear stains on his face, staining his face with stains. In the end, Jiang Mahua surrendered. He shut his eyes tightly and began his life as a blind man. Although Jiang Mahua was no different from a human, he was still essentially a bait. Once his star power was depleted, he would die too. However, due to the fact that he was in the later stages of the Starry Sky stage, he had a large amount of star power, so there was no need to worry too much. What was worth mentioning was that Jiang Mahua had comprehended the profound meaning of star conversion into martial arts. Hence, Jiang Shao, who had returned to the capital a long time ago, had also comprehended the profound meaning. However, due to the fact that Jiang Shao had switched back to the Star Warrior era star map, Jiang Shao was not affected at all, including the other baits that were connected to Jiang Mahua's senses. Jiang Mahua couldn't help but be overjoyed by the situation and burst into tears of excitement. Fortunately, not all of us are blind. If one of us is blind and the rest are blind, what then? We won't be able to continue. The root of everything was the star map. As long as it was not the ink flower star map, the other baits would not be affected. That's enough, Third Last said all of a sudden. Regarding Jiang Mahua's star conversion into martial arts, Third Last was amazed by his comprehension. At the same time, she felt a little lost. Just a moment ago, she thought that Jiang Mahua had already controlled his emotions. However, for some reason, he started tearing up again at this moment. The black ink mixed with a large amount of star power gushed out, which was a waste of the star power in his body. Clearly, Third Last had interpreted Jiang Mahua's trembling body and rapid breathing as the second emotional fluctuation caused by his blindness. However, Third Last had no idea that Jiang Mahua was happy and excited. It was because the other baits would not be affected by the ink flower star map. Jiang Mahua closed his eyes and raised his head with tears streaming down his face. He looked in the direction of Third Last and asked, "Huh?" Third Last stepped forward and gently wiped away the ink on his face with her long and slender fingers. "Just get used to it. Don't cry. You used just 3 days to successfully convert the star map into martial art. You should be happy." "Oh." Jiang Mahua scratched his head and continued, "It's all because you've taught me well. Well, I'll have to make a trip back in a while to bring the giant sea general's star bead over. Without the star technique of perception, I really can't survive." Third Last hummed softly and continued, You know, the Ink Flower star map is exactly the same as the Ink Lotus beasts in the Ink Swamp region of the Russian Federation. The star techniques of the Ink Swamp star beasts are the most suitable for you. Jiang Mahua thought about it and agreed with her. Third Last said, "You should learn from my mistakes and fill your star slot with Flower Series star technique." The Flower Series star techniques of the Ink Swamp region are not only controllable, but also teleportation. They can satisfy your combat characteristic. In fact, teleportation in the Ink Swamp region should not be called teleportation in a strict sense. Why were there only a few regions in the world that were defined as the production areas of spatial star techniques? Similar to Martha's instant of shattering water, Third Last's ink transmission, and Liu Yang's shadow pursuit, they looked like teleportation and teleportation on the surface, but in essence, the medium was different. Martha did it through water, Three Tails did it through ink, and Liu Yang did it through the shadows that were spread all over the battlefield, flashing freely in the shadows. Those were not considered teleportation or teleportation in the true sense. Jiang Zhao's spacetime rift and Han Jiangshue's dark space instantaneous defense were pure space flow and could be considered teleportation or teleportation in the true sense. That was also the reason why Hopkins came to Jiang Zhao for help. If nothing went wrong, Hopkins, who started his career in Europe, would probably have the star technique, instant of shattered water. Perhaps the effect of his star technique was the same as Jiang Zhao's spacetime rift. The speed and distance of his star technique were on par with Jiang Zhao's, but Hopkins could not transcend the shackles of time and space. The nature of those two star techniques was completely different. However, Jiang Mahua did not correct Third Last. Those should appear in the research topics of a Ph.D. for a master's student like Third Last, for the time being. Third Last continued, when you enter the end of the stars stage and achieve star martial arts for the second time, all the Flower Series star techniques in your star map will have different degrees of additional effects. Your Jiang Kelly has accompanied me to Neon, and you've also seen my Black Sakura Sky domain. Jiang Mahua pursed her lips and thought, wait for me to enter the end of the stars stage? I wonder how long I'll have to wait. Wait a minute. Jiang Mahua suddenly turned around and looked at Han Jiangxue. Little Jiangxue, open the door. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly. Everything that happened 3 days ago was still vivid in her mind. She waved her hand again and opened the door of the shelter, inhaling. Third Last subconsciously tensed up. She knew that Jiang Zhao's main body, the toxic healer, was coming again. Third Last turned around abruptly to look in the direction of the space door. Indeed, Jiang Zhao, who had just returned to the capital a few days ago, was back again. An overwhelming pressure swept towards Jiang Zhao, causing him to jump in fright. With an awkward expression, he looked at Third Last and said meekly, I'm not here to give you a spa. Don't worry, you turn your face away. You're making me nervous. Third Last did not turn around and instead continued to stare at Jiang Zhao with a vigilant expression. She didn't know that at this moment, Jiang Zhao had already come up with a bold idea. There was a limit to the number of times he could use the human transformation book in Star Warriors era, but Jiang Zhao discovered a bug. Jiang Zhao had bait. That meant that Jiang Zhao might have an endless supply of Star Warriors era. Chapter 1259. At the thought of this, Jiang Zhao summoned another decoy, which had the Star Warrior era star map. The more Jiang Zhao thought about it, the more excited he got. If he were to use the identity of a decoy and use the Star Warrior era to modify the target's body, it wouldn't matter if the decoy's Star Warrior era was damaged or not. Because Jiang Zhao could summon another decoy, would the new decoy have a brand new Star Warrior era? Through this operation, would there be no limit to the number of uses of Star Warrior era? However, it was a pity that although there was no limit to the number of uses of Star Warrior Era, each person could only receive the benefits of human body modification once. That's a problem. The decoy, who had activated the Star Warrior Era star map, was holding onto a thick book and carefully studying it. Jiang Mahua also walked over and got ready to start the experiment. He still had 3 doubts. Firstly, could the decoy's body be modified? Secondly, would the Star Warrior Era that the decoy summoned be brand new? Or was it summoned based on the Star Warrior Era that Jiang Xiao had used? Thirdly, after the bait uses the pages of Star Warriors Era, will the pages of Star Warriors Era be damaged? Jiang Xiao had to verify all of those. Wait a minute. I have to be prepared. At this moment, Jiang Mahua was at Starry Sky level 6. If he could really reach the end of the stars, he would need to have a deeper understanding of the star map. At the thought of this, Jiang Mahua turned to look at 3 last and said, after the second Star Warrior Era, what additional functions did your ink flower have? 3 last was obviously stunned for a moment. 3 days, I've only been born for 3 days, and I've already begun to study the second Star Warrior Era of the ink flower? Is he going to 3 last's breathing was a little chaotic. She had been modified by the Star Warrior Era, and was able to enter the later stages of the end of the stars entirely because of Jiang Xiao. In just 3 days? I've been walking on this path for 14 years, but you want to finish it in 3 days? Third last and second last were of the same age, and were both born in 1990. Ever since they awakened at the age of 16, they had been working hard as Star Warriors for 14 years. Suppressing the surging emotions in her heart, Third Tail said, the black ink flower's second star martial transformation has returned to the essence of a star beast and displayed the effect of the black ink lotus beast's first star technique. It has also been greatly enhanced. It could bloom ink flowers on the enemy's body and imprison the target's body. It can bloom under the enemy's feet and seal the target's star power within a certain area. Jiang Mahua nodded silently. So, there are 2 directions of growth, very good, very clear. With such a top scholar by his side, directly handing him a note, it was simply perfect. While thinking about Third last's conclusion, Jiang Mahua turned to look at the bait who was holding the Star Warrior Era. As for the bait, he had also understood it. He made a guess and came to a conclusion. The Star Warrior Era in his hand was not brand new, but a perfect replica of Jiang Zhao's Star Warrior Era. At this point, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Fortunately, the main body did not use up the number of times it could use the human body modification blueprint. Although there was a considerable amount of wear and tear now, it could still be used and there were still uses left. Holding the Star Warrior Era bait, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After cutting off the sensory connection with the main body, he began to focus on reading the pages of the book. After all, he was going to use the Star Warrior Era excessively. Hence, the bait would have to pass out soon. If their senses were connected, he would not be the only one who would pass out. There would probably be a large number of them. A few seconds later, a string of mysterious and strange words flew out of the bait's Star Warrior Era and wrapped around Jiang Mahua's body. Jiang Mahua closed his eyes with a sullen expression. 1 second. 2 seconds. Jiang Mahua was overjoyed and he could feel the surging star power in his body. At the same time, he could feel the continuous increase in his star power realm. He made a guess and came to a conclusion. Bait can be modified. In the distance, Han Jiangxue couldn't help but grab Jiang Sun's arm and look at the scene in front of her with great anticipation. Is my brother going to enter the end of the Star Warrior Era? You guys might not believe it, but the original body of the toxic healer is trash. My bait is the real deal. A few minutes later, he fell to the ground with the bait of the Star Warrior Era in his hand. Jiang Xiao, who had already cut off the sensory connection, hurriedly replaced the bait. Jiang Shao quickly switched back to the Star Warriors era star map, found the page of the human transformation diagram, and checked to see if his Star Warriors era page had been damaged. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. He made a guess and came to a conclusion. Indeed, the page of Star Warrior era was exactly the same as before and had not been damaged at all. Oh my goodness! Me? What a genius! On the other hand, Jiang Mahua, who was not far away, stood quietly in place. Both Jiang Mahua and Han Jiangshua looked at Jiang Mahua with anticipation, and Third Last had a rather complicated expression on her face. After all, the person in front of her had completed her 14-year career in 3 days. However, Third Last was overthinking. Jiang Mahua took a deep breath and placed her hands on her hips while shaking her head with a bitter smile. Third Last asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Mahua said, "My qualifications are too low." Still. What about advancing to the end of Stars stage? That's just wishful thinking. At this moment, the transformed Jiang Mahua was at most in the Starry Sky stage level 8. She hadn't even reached the peak of the Starry Sky stage. After the transformation, Han Jiangshua, who had 30 star slots, advanced from the early Starry Sky stage to the late Starry Sky stage. She advanced by at least 6 small levels. That's not even true. After all, Han Jiangshua did not have a specific data display, so her improvement range was between 6 and 8. After the transformation, Third Last, who had 29 star slots, advanced from the early Starry Sky stage to the middle Starry Sky stage. She also advanced by at least 4 small levels. As for Jiang Shao, when he was transformed by Hopkins, he advanced from Galaxy level 6 to level 9. It was only 3 small levels. However, Jiang Zhao's 3 shouldn't be compared to Third Last's 4. When Third Last was transformed, she was in the End of Stars stage, not the lower Starry Sky stage or the lower Starry Sky stage. On paper, her improvement seemed to be only 1% more than Jiang Zhao's, but in reality, it might be 7 to 8% more than Jiang Zhao's. At this time, Jiang Mahua had advanced from Starry Sky stage level 6 to Starry Sky stage level 8. She was only standing on the threshold of the late stage Starry Sky stage, waiting to enter the peak of the Starry Sky stage. Jiang Mahua sighed deeply and looked up at the sky. Perhaps he wasn't used to being blind, so he opened his eyes. Jiang Mahua, whose face was covered in tears, sighed softly as ink flowed out of his eyes. Me? What a useless piece of trash. Third Last was speechless. She wasn't sure if she should go up and comfort him. It was obvious that Jiang Mahua had failed to advance to the End of Stars realm. At this moment, Third Last had mixed feelings. On one hand, Jiang Mahua did not take 3 days to complete the journey that she had taken 14 years to complete, which made Third Last feel fortunate. On the other hand, Third Last genuinely wanted Jiang Shao to become stronger, so, deep down, she hoped that Jiang Shao could succeed. In the distance, Han Jiangshua, who had been watching silently, gently patted Jiang Sun's back. She knew that they were all her younger brothers. So, comforting one would be enough to comfort a bunch of them, convenient and fast. Yes, it's very comfortable, Han Jiangshua comforted softly. Don't be sad about such things anymore. You've already been a Star Warrior for 5 years. You should be used to it and have accepted it. Jiang Sun was dumbfounded. What do you mean? In other words, the whole world knows that you're a useless piece of trash, so don't be sad about something that has already been established for a long time. Impressive, my little Jiangshua. You're really good at comforting people, you stinky sister. Seems like I've been feeding you too little in the past few years. Jiang Sun turned around, pursed his lips, and smiled at Han Jiangshua. How can a man let a girl look down on him? Are there really useless pieces of trash in this world? No, there aren't. There are no useless pieces of trash in this world, only people who aren't skillful enough. In the distance, Jiang Shao opened his internal star map and looked at his Starry Sky stage level 6. He gritted his teeth and threw 40,000 skill points into it. Indeed, it's Starry Sky stage level 10. It's time for the half-step segment again. This time, it should be called half-step to the end of the stars, right? Strictly speaking, Jiang Shao had been waiting to advance to level 7, because after reaching 7, level 8 was the threshold for the late stage and level 9 was the threshold for the peak. After that, it would be the final threshold for the Starry Sky stage to advance to the end of the stars. Hence, no matter what, Jiang Shao would definitely spend 30,000 skill points. It was just a matter of time. Jiang Shao was so impulsive, but in fact, he only wasted 10,000 skill points. However, it doesn't matter. I'm rich. Willful. Isn't it just 10,000 skill points? Jiang Shao looked at his internal star map and saw that he was left with 122,2574 skill points. 122 million? I'm a millionaire, so what's wrong with spending 10,000 yuan? Back then, Chen Daizai used 20 yuan to win 37 million yuan. I, Jiang Shao, bet 10,000 yuan on 9-star of the end of the stars bait. It's not a problem at all. I'll ambush Han Jiangxue first. I can't act prematurely. Let's get rich quietly for now, then we'll give her a super double later. Jiang Shao indeed wanted to carry out the conspiracy secretly, but the commotion caused by his advancement was too huge. This was a terrifying 3 consecutive jumps from late-stage Starry Sky to peak Starry Sky to half-step Starry Sky. 2 small thresholds within the realm, and one was about to break through the realm. You want to hide it? How could he hide it? All of a sudden, the 3 tails, Han Jiangxue, and the chessboard army in the hailing shelter all looked at Jiang Shao, who was standing alone. The thick star power surged towards Jiang Zhao's body. Third last was dumbfounded. Did he advance to the star power realm? No, something's wrong. If it was a normal advancement to the star power realm, it wouldn't have caused such a small commotion. Jiang Zhao's body was surrounded by a large amount of star power, which looked quite intimidating. But it was nothing compared to the threshold of the Starry Sky stage. What was going on? 3 Tails could not figure out why such a strange scene had happened. On the other hand, Jiang Shao reset Jiang Mahua, a decoy who was in the same realm as him, who was half-step Starry Sky. Beside him, another decoy, who had been reset and was holding Star Warrior Era, flipped open the book again and aimed it at Jiang Mahua. In an instant, everyone watched as a series of star power runes floated out and revolved around Jiang Mahua. Han Jiangxue's heart skipped a beat and she said softly, "You're, he." This time, it was Jiang Sun's turn to reach out and pat Han Jiangxue's back gently. Han Jiangxue was speechless. In the distance, 3 Tails' facial expression had also changed. She bit her lower lip and looked at Jiang Shao with a complicated expression. Today was a day full of emotions for 3 Tails. She had never thought that ever since she had made up her mind to enter the holy ground from the lower dimensions, she would have such a complicated feeling in the future. Is he going to use these 3 days to overcome the 14 years that I've worked so hard for? Jiang Mahua's expression changed from one of slight anticipation to one of solemnity and finally, awkwardness. Jiang Shao had indeed used his skill points to increase his star power realm. However, it was still the data on the interface, and there was no change in Jiang Zhao's star power realm. The only change was the increase in the amount of star power stored. As for the rest, Jiang Shao was still at Starry Sky stage level 6, which was hidden and also Jiang Zhao's true star power realm. Therefore, Jiang Mahua discovered that the star power runes were actually repairing his body, continuously improving his actual star power realm. That's a little awkward. Jiang Mahua was still at the peak Starry Sky stage, and it was even possible that his true star power realm was still stuck at the threshold of the late Starry Sky stage and had yet to enter the peak. It was exactly the same as before. Jiang Shao could deceive himself mentally, but he couldn't deceive his body. For a person who had starved for 3 days, Even if he hypnotized himself and forcefully brainwashed himself to say that he was not hungry, he could still suppress his hunger mentally, but his stomach would still be empty and his body would still be hungry. He would still die. Jiang Zhao's main body was just a good-looking interface, while Jiang Mahua's was just a glamorous appearance. There was only one way to describe such a person: extravagant appearance. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but grimace. Damn it, I've gone overboard. I've wasted 10,000 skill points for nothing. I have to kill a star warrior at the peak Starry Sky stage to earn it back. Send it. Send it after buying, send it happily, Jiang Sun pursed his lips aggrievedly and turned around to hug Han Jiangshu. Han Jiangshu's body stiffened slightly, and she had clearly realized something. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end she didn't push him away. Jiang Sun buried his face in her shoulder and said in a muffled voice, "I'm a good-for-nothing." Han Jiangshu raised her hand and rubbed Jiang Zhao's back. Her voice was unprecedentedly gentle as she comforted him softly. Okay, I know. Chapter 1260. The good-for-nothing Jiang Zhao, with his sorrow and tears, left the Ocean Ridge shelter and returned to the Calamity Shadow World to search for star beads. The days passed, and on the 18th of July, the Star Advent Corps mission was finally completed. The World United Star Warriors Association hoped that the Huaxia Star Army would once again head to the European continent to carry out missions and appease the wave hunters in the Atlantic Ocean. Upon receiving the news, Second Last immediately darted to Jiang Zhao's office without putting on any airs like a leader. Jiang Zhao wondered if she had been holding it in, or couldn't wait to feed the members of Planet Conversion to the fishes. Pa! Second Last threw a stack of documents on Jiang Zhao's desk and said, "Your Prince Bino has completed the application." Jiang Zhao, Jiang Kelly, blinked and sat behind the desk, looking up at Second Last, who had suddenly appeared. She frantically exclaimed, "Xiao Tao! Quick, bring tea to Chief Shou." Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "The higher-ups have approved the Xinglin Army's operation this time." Although Second Last had great authority, she still had to get the approval of the commander-in-chief of the three armies before she could go on missions abroad. Second Last glanced at Chen Lingtao, who was rushing over with a cup of tea. She said, "Let's set off now." Jiang Zhao couldn't help but smirk and say, Okay, let's go now. The sooner the sea was unsealed, the better. This world had developed to this point and was already considered a community. Every minute and second that the sea was sealed off was a great harm to the entire world. Jiang Zhao thought about it and said, "In that case, there's no need for a large-scale expedition. After all, we're going there for a peace talk. Besides, our troops are land creatures, so there's no advantage in the sea." Second Last said, "Sure, let's go together." Jiang Zhao said, "I'll take a few people with me. Even if they don't do anything, it'll still be a highlight of their lives as soldiers. After all, this is a worldwide crisis." Second Last asked, "Who is it?" Jiang Zhao said, "Wu Yao, Lu Yang, Kai Yao, Ember, and Wu Shaojing from the Apprentice Army." Second Last said, "You know how to groom your own people." Jiang Zhao chuckled and said, "What are you talking about? Aren't my people your people too?" Second Last was speechless. Jiang Zhao, haven't we already started on the new Ghost Monk Legion? With this mission as a foundation, these apprentice armies will be able to quickly distinguish themselves. It's just nice for them to enter the Star Beast army and be their assistant. Second Last glanced at Chen Lingtao, who was standing beside her motionlessly with a cup of tea in his hand. She gestured to the desk, after which Chen Lingtao hurriedly placed the teacup on the table and hurried out of the office. As he walked, Chen Lingtao silently complained in his heart, "My leaders are abnormal." Commander Luan was standing, while Deputy Commander Jiang was seated, making it seem like Second Last was reporting to Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao said, "I'll bring a few bodyguards with me to serve you tea and water." If it's just the two of us, we'll be like two commanders without an army. I'll have to serve you tea and water. Second Last was suddenly tempted after hearing her words. Maybe he really shouldn't have brought anyone else. On the afternoon of the same day, Second Last and Jiang Shao led a team of 10 apprentices from the Starlin army and boarded the plane to the Sima kingdom. In reality, the Worldly Waves were a family. Negotiating with the Worldly Waves clan in the North Atlantic Ocean was the same as negotiating with the Worldly Waves clan in the Pacific Ocean. The unique sound-type star techniques, high intelligence, and racial unity allowed the wave chasers to share information with each other in a timely manner. They also advanced and retreated together. However, it was, after all, a world-class mission that the Sima kingdom had repeatedly requested for. Besides, the wave chasers in the middle of the Pacific Ocean had to be found on the spot, but the Sima kingdom was different. They had been keeping an eye on the wave chasers. After a long 10-hour journey, the special Starlin team arrived at a city in the south of the Sima kingdom. It turned out that it was easier to get things done with personal connections, not to mention that it was official business. Prince Bino directly commandeered the civil airport of the coastal city and personally led a team to welcome Jiang Shao and the others. The plane landed slowly on the runway. Jiang Shao also saw a group of people who were there to welcome them through the window, led by Prince Bino, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and his noble and elegant sister, the princess. "Sit properly," Second Last said all of a sudden. She even knew what Jiang Shao wanted to do, as if they were telepathically connected. Jiang Shao looked at the group of apprentices and said righteously, "We're overseas now and we're representing China. Stay calm later." Everyone was speechless. In fact, before Second Last spoke, Jiang Shao had already planned to get off the plane in a flash. As the plane came to a stop, everyone got off the plane and heard the clicking sounds of camera shutters. However, they weren't as crowded and noisy as the Western reporters. They reckoned that those reporters were probably hired by the royal family. "Hello, respected lady," Bino said politely as he looked at Second Last, who was getting off the plane. "Hello." Second Last nodded. "Haha." Jiang Shalfa, facing Jiang Shao, who was behind Second Last, Bino suddenly opened his arms and hugged Jiang Shao affectionately. He then patted Jiang Zhao's back forcefully. "Kacha." "Kacha." Jiang Shao tried his best to control his expression. Amidst the sounds of camera shutters, he raised his head and pursed his lips into a smile at Prince Bino. Second Last also realized that it was not purely a mission, at least not for the Sima kingdom. On the runway of the airport beside the plane, the Sima kingdom held a small press conference. Jiang Shao didn't know who the official was, but the first few words of the other party were filled with gratitude to the World Star Association and the Chinese Army. However, the rest of the content was all self-commendation. It showed that the Sima kingdom was trying its best to facilitate this matter and was working hard to contribute to the country and the world. After half an hour, the welcoming ceremony finally came to an end, which made Jiang Shao feel terrible. As soon as Jiang Shao got into Prince Bino's car, he couldn't help but complain. "Did you invite me here to carry out a mission or to put on a show for the royal family?" In the spacious limousine, Second Last, Jiang Shao, Prince Bino, and Princess Sophia sat opposite each other. "Haha." Bino chuckled nonchalantly and leaned over to pull out a bottle of red wine from under the small table. "I'm very sorry," Princess Sophia suddenly apologized to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the elegant princess with long hair. He couldn't help but ask, "I heard that you've become an advisor to the king?" Sophia smiled elegantly and said, "I'm just staying by my brother's side and giving him ideas. I don't have any official position." She might not have an official position, but she might have immense power. Sophia's elegant and noble demeanor suddenly changed and she said with a hint of reproach, "You promised to go to the bottom of the sea with us during the World Cup. Jiang Shao felt his scalp go numb, not because of the look in Sophia's eyes, but because of Second Last's gaze. I accidentally entered the alien ball. Hey, stop opening it. Jiang Shao hurriedly changed the topic. He looked at Bino, who was opening the cork of the wine, and reached out to straighten his ocean blue shirt. How can I drink with you here? Let's carry out the mission now. Bino was stunned for a moment and said, Carry out the mission now? You're tired from the journey. Don't you want to rest for a day? Jiang Shao was exasperated. Rest my foot. Hurry up and carry out the mission. The sooner, the better. It's best if we go to the sea now. Upon hearing this, Prince Bino frowned slightly and said, Jiang Shao, that's not right of you to think that way. We can only complete the mission better if we rest well and maintain our state. The premise of carrying out the mission is to ensure our own safety, isn't it? You're now the property of all mankind. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Me? The property of all mankind? All right, it's fine as long as it's not a legacy. Jiang Shao said, We've already rested for 10 hours. We're ready. Second Last spoke up too. Her hoarse English voice was very magnetic, and it sounded like she was watching a movie. If possible, carry out the mission as soon as possible. Okay. Sophia immediately nodded and said, Let's board the ship. Jiang Shao asked, Are you coming with us? Sophia nodded and said, Don't worry, Xiaopi, we're just providing help. We definitely won't disturb you. You can treat us as your teammates, just like we did in the underwater city previously. Compared to Bino's accent, Sophia had clearly put in some effort. At least, her Mandarin accent was very standard. Sophia changed the topic, and seemed to be trying to shut Jiang Shao up. I told you before that we opened the book in the underwater city. Are you really not curious about the contents? Jiang Shao nodded and said, I'm curious. What's written in it? Sophia did not beat around the bush and simply said, It's the story of a team of human star warriors who fought in the European continent and finally established a kingdom. Due to the fact that it has been soaked in seawater for too long, some of the pages are difficult to read even though the material of the book is special. However, that's the general story. After the mission is over, come back with me and I'll take you to read it. You'll definitely be very interested. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, Oh? With a faint smile on her face, Sophia said, Do you still remember the 6 huge statues we saw in the pantheon of the underwater city? And the statue of the young scholar who's holding a book everywhere? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao nodded gently. I remember it too damn well. The scholar who was holding the book even appeared in front of me. However, the young scholar back then had already become a white-haired old man. Sophia said, The book records the story of him leading the team to conquer the world. I can tell that their story should have taken place in the alien sphere. It's really hard to imagine that they discovered and went to the alien sphere decades ago. They're probably the first batch of star warriors in this world. A group of people who have made great achievements in the alien sphere. Jiang Shao nodded silently. What kind of person was Sophia? She looked at Jiang Shao in bewilderment and said, Xiaopi, you don't seem to be interested? No. I mean, you're not as interested as I thought you were? Jiang Shao thought about it and said, Because I've seen the people in the book. Sophia was dumbfounded. Prince Bino had just poured a glass of wine, but his arm shook and the wine spilled all over his body. Sophia's eyes widened slightly and she asked with a burning gaze, You've seen them? Are they still alive? Jiang Shao nodded and said, I don't know if the others are still alive. However, I've seen the scholar who's holding the book. Sophia leaned forward and pressed Jiang Zhao's arm with one hand. She suddenly transformed from a noble and cold princess into a crazy fangirl. She asked, You've seen their leader? He's... Jiang Shao frowned slightly and looked at Sophia's abnormal behavior. He seemed to have realized something. She was a cold and aloof person, At least her identity allowed her to act this way. At this moment, Sophia's reaction was almost equivalent to that of an ordinary girl who was screaming and fanatical about her idol. Jiang Shao interrupted Sophia's question and said, "If you read that book, you should know what kind of person he is." Hearing this, Sophia was slightly taken aback. What kind of person? What kind of person was a person who conquered the European continent? Without a doubt, this was a decisive, monarch-type character who would perish if he resisted. If he was not such a person, Sophia would not be so obsessed with him. Jiang Shao said, "It's enough for this kind of person to appear in history books and be admired by people across the river of time." Jiang Shao could feel Sophia clenching her fists tightly on his arm. He said, "You don't want to get to know him, nor do you want him to appear in front of you." As he spoke, Jiang Shao gently patted the back of Sophia's hand and said, "Sophia, you are now someone who can influence an entire country. Don't be too obsessed with such a person. If you have to choose an idol, then the best idol in the world is sitting in front of you." Sophia was speechless. Of course, Jiang Shao had the right to say such things, but given his identity, he should not say such things. Sophia was extremely intelligent, and she could tell that the emperor who conquered the otherworld in the book might have a deep grudge with the toxic healer on Earth. Otherwise, Jiang Shao would not have such an attitude. All of a sudden, Sophia looked at Jiang Shao in a daze as her heart trembled violently. Even though Jiang Shao was already an unparalleled existence in the eyes of the world. However, when the young man in front of her was mentioned in the same breath as the great emperor of Europe in the history books, Sophia was still not mentally prepared. At the side, Prince Bino wiped the alcohol off his body and watched this scene. He felt so comfortable that it was even more comfortable than drinking a glass of cold soda on a hot summer day. That's right. That's how I should educate her. I should teach her a good lesson. I should tear apart her cold, noble, and insufferably arrogant appearance. Damn it, I can't beat her in this lifetime, but there's finally someone who can control this damned woman. Ahem. Second last suddenly cleared her throat. Sophia snapped back to her senses and retracted her hand calmly. She then sat up straight and regained her usual elegance. She smiled at Jiang Shao apologetically and said, "Forgive me for being reckless." Bino was displeased again. "It's that damned face again. I've really seen enough of it." Bino rolled his eyes and looked at Jiang Shao. He then said something that he had been keeping in his heart for a few years. *T, do you still not have a girlfriend? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. You. Jiang Shao stared at Prince Bino for a long time before saying, "Are you going to scold me again?" Chapter 1261. As the plane arrived in Sima Kingdom, the apprentices finally relaxed. Why? It was because the atmosphere in the plane had been extremely depressing during the past 10 hours of flight. The 10 Starlin apprentices who were selected for this mission. Honestly, they were all familiar with each other. Even though they had never spoken to each other before, they were all top contestants of the younger generation and they all knew about each other through the media. The apprentice army felt as if they were looking at someone from a TV show. However, no one dared to chat on the plane at all. Even Lu Yang, who was the leader of the bandits and second in command of the thugs, was sitting upright and obedient. It was because second last had been sitting at the side with her arms crossed and her eyes closed for a full 10 hours. That also resulted in nearly 10 hours of silence. The only sound in the air was the rumbling of the plane. The apprentices weren't very sure if it was a show of strength from their leader. If Jiang Shao knew what they were thinking, he would probably rebuke them. Is second last deliberately showing her strength to you guys? She's always been like this. The group of apprentices kept quiet out of fear. They were exactly the same as Jiang Shao in the past. When he first followed second last, Jiang Shao was also extremely obedient and didn't even dare to breathe heavily. There was reincarnation in the heavenly Tao. Regardless of whether you're a young talent or a halo or a glory, you guys must be blind for daring to come to Starlin. Just wait and see, with such a leader, we're going to have tough times ahead. Under the lead of Prince Beano and Princess Sophia, the Starlin army boarded a small cruise ship that was surrounded by several escorts. However, they weren't military-level escort ship. After all, they were Star Warriors and not the combat system of ordinary human society. After setting sail, the apprentices had tough times again. The Starlin army was stationed on the second floor of the small cruise ship. The apprentices were asked by Second Last to be vigilant and stand guard to control the environment on the second floor of the cruise ship. Lu Yang didn't feel anything about standing guard, but the key was that he couldn't speak, which made him feel suffocated. Lu Yang's post was arranged in front of Second Last's lounge, perhaps intentionally or unintentionally. The Tianjin thugs were completely listless and couldn't get violent at all. They didn't seem to have any intention of rebelling at all. However, there were some benefits to standing here. After all, the cruise was a small one and the lounge on the deck was not large. Standing at the door, Lu Yang could secretly hear the conversation between Jiang Xiao and Second Last. "I've understood the new star map." Jiang Zhao's soft voice came from inside the house. Lu Yang's perception was not weak. He tried his best to block out the sound of the surging seawater around him and pricked up his ears to listen. Second Last asked, "What star map?" Jiang Xiao said, "Cross star map." Lu Yang thought to himself, "Woe good heavens, why are you studying other people's star maps? Who was he planning to plot against?" Second Last said, "The effect." Jiang Xiao said, "You know, it's equivalent to being immune to magic." Lu Yang, TSK. Whose star map is this? Awesome? Immune to magic attacks? It was said that the returning star god, Senior Hiyun, had a very powerful star atlas. Could this cross compare to the orange bell cover? In the house, Second Last nodded and consciously changed the topic. "The prisoners are all in the space." Jiang Xiao answered, "Of course. Including the big shield that you captured in the alien ball, there are a total of 10 star conversion members, 7 corpses and 3 living people. All of them are there. We haven't found the remaining 2 star conversion members yet." Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat and he thought, "Good heavens, that's impressive." Second Last said, "They can't run away." "Lu Yang, that's for sure," Jiang Xiao said. "Are you going to feed them or should I? Why don't we give them to Prince Beano? He has long planned to feed the star conversion members to the fishes. Let him feed them for us." Lu Yang, "Whoa, interesting," Second Last said. "It doesn't matter, everyone on the ship is one of us." Lu Yang, "Take a look." Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "That's true. The Shima royal family is very prideful and the apprentice army is under you. No one would dare to spread the news." Lu Yang, "That's true." The two of them were chatting inside while Lu Yang was cheering them on outside. "What should I do? I can't suffocate myself to death. If you don't allow me to speak, I'll have to find something to talk about myself," Second Last said. "Go and release the humming whale." A few seconds later, Jiang Xiao pushed the door open and walked out, only to see Lu Yang standing at the door. Jiang Xiao strode forward and stood on the deck, grabbing the railing with one hand and reaching into the air with the other. Buzz, the sound of a whale roaring filled with joy could be heard. "Go and see if there are any members of the wave-chasing clan nearby," Jiang Xiao yelled. Buzz, splash. The big fish plunged into the sea and the rolling waves spread in all directions, causing the small cruise ship to rise and fall along with the wave. Jiang Xiao turned around and leaned against the railing before waving at Lu Yang. Lu Yang was still cheering him on in his heart, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned and point at his nose. Jiang Xiao nodded matter-of-factly. Lu Yang walked forward with a look of bewilderment. Jiang Xiao said, "I have nothing to do anyway. Let's chat for a while." "Wow, you're the one who told me to chat. Don't regret it." Lu Yang stepped forward and said softly, I accidentally overheard you. Are you planning to feed the captured planet-transforming star to the fish? Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said, I have to be punished for making mistakes. Because of their organization, all of humanity has suffered. Feeding them to the fish would be too good for them. Let's not talk about this first. What plans do you have for the future? Lu Yang blinked and said, Future? Didn't I come to star arrival? Jiang Shao said, Wu Yao mentioned that he wants to return to Great Ming Dynasty and join the newly established Ghost Monk Legion. Do you have any thoughts? Lu Yang asked, Do I still have a choice? Jiang Shao imitated Lu Yang's tone and said, Then stop talking nonsense. I'm here. Lu Yang immediately gave him a thumbs up and said, Man, you're loyal. The ghost monk in the alien ball. How strong are his martial arts skills? If I train with them, won't my martial arts skills improve tremendously? Jiang Shao was amused and said, I have a few personal disciples who can beat you up. Lu Yang thought, meow, meow, meow. Huh. Jiang Shao still wanted to say something, but he suddenly turned around and an image appeared in his mind from the humming whale. It was a scene of hundreds of killer whales approaching quickly. The humming whale had done a great job. With a single whale roar, it had lured the enemy over. The big fish only looked similar to the killer whales on Earth. In essence, they were star beasts, wave-chasing whales of the wave-chasing clan. Among the groups of black and white wave-chasing whales, there were even a few pure white beluga whales, wave-chasing whales of the wave-chasing clan. The group of cute creatures that looked like white whales were named wave-chasing whales because of their white and chubby appearance. Second last, Jiang Shao said while putting on the sea-devouring robe. Okay. Second last opened the door and walked out, after which she looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao suddenly grinned and said, Damn, it seems that they really hate us. If the humming whale didn't explain for us, these guys would have really blown up our cruise ship. Second last said, After all, the methods used to force and enslave them are rather cruel. Wearing a cloak, Jiang Shao floated up and looked into the distance. After a while, he saw a group of black and white figures that were spraying water columns and leaping up from the surface of the sea. Are they really just giant pandas? This group of wave-chasing whales is just a miniature version of the humming whale. They had the same black and white skin and the same wavy patterns, except that they had 2 fewer dorsal fins than the humming whale. Besides, their tails were not as good-looking as the humming whale's. The tail of the humming whale was purely heart-shaped and much better looking than the fan-shaped tails of the wave-chasing whales. On the first deck, Beano and Princess Sophia also walked out and saw the churning sea in the distance. A large fish suddenly dashed out. Compared to the wave-chasing whales that were 8 to 10 meters long, the humming whale seemed to be extremely large. Sophia could not help but reveal waves of envy in her eyes. Back then, the few of them encountered the large fish in the deep sea, but it chose Jiang Shao. In the end, Jiang Shao brought it out of the underwater city and rushed out of the water. He then let it swim towards the night sky. To their surprise, it returned to Jiang Shao after a few years. In fact, the princess and the prince did not know that the humming whale had never left Jiang Shao. How could it return? Soon, hundreds of killer whales surrounded the small cruise ships. The dorsal fins on the surface of the sea lit up. If it weren't for the fact that they were pure black, they would have thought that they were sharks. Hello guys, Jiang Shao said while standing in the air. Buzz, the large fish that swam slowly in the air, was dripping water droplets that shone brightly under the noon sun. It was extremely beautiful. With the sound of a whale's cry, the killer whales that surrounded the cruise ships did not stop swimming. Instead, 2 white and chubby white whales popped their heads out of the sea. They stared at Jiang Shao, who was standing in the sky, and also saw Beano and Sophia on the first deck, as well as second last, who was standing on the second deck. The white whales let out a shrill cry that was rather ear-piercing and did not match their size. Jiang Shao said, The humming whale has already explained to you that this is a misunderstanding, right? That evil organization doesn't represent all of mankind. Buzz, at the next moment, an image appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao fell silent. The feud between the wave-chasing whales and the wave-chasing whales and the humans was no longer limited to planet conversion. As star beasts, they had almost the same appearance as the white whales and killer whales on Earth. At this moment, the message that the white whales were transmitting was translated by the humming whale. It was a scene of humans hunting and killing killer whales and white whales. This time, it was no longer a misunderstanding. That was what humans did and had been doing all this time. Jiang Zhao could not defend himself at all. Jiang Zhao lowered his head and looked at Bino and Sophia on the first deck. Seems like there's no misunderstanding between us and them. With a look of surprise, Sophia asked, "Would you like to explain it to me?" Jiang Zhao said, "These highly intelligent star beasts have classified the white whales, killer whales, dolphins, and other creatures on Earth as their own kind. There are no traces of human activities in the star beasts, so they only resent the planet conversion organization. However, ever since they came to Earth, they have seen humans hunting a large number of Earth creatures that look the same as them. So, they're prepared to protect their people who don't have star technique." All of a sudden, Princess Sophia was dumbfounded. In that case, there was really no misunderstanding to speak of. Humans were indeed capturing them wantonly. A small portion of them were used for performances and tickets in aquariums. Most of them were used to slaughter, eat, and make various products. Jiang Zhao looked at Second Last and said, "I can't complete this mission." Second Last nodded silently. It was hard to imagine that she would hear Jiang Zhao say something like that in her lifetime. "I can't complete this mission?" What was even more unbelievable was that Second Last actually accepted it. Buzz, Jiang Zhao frowned deeply after hearing another humming sound of the whale. "What did it say?" Bino asked frantically. Jiang Zhao said with a helpless expression, "The wave chasers are considered one of the overlords of the ocean. They're all diamond and platinum star beasts. The most important thing is that they live in the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. The buzz whale just said that they will gradually expand the area of activity of the wave chasers and will no longer just stay in the area far away from land. They will appear in the 4 oceans and have already united the star beasts in various regions to get closer to land." Jiang Zhao sighed deeply and said, "They're not just going to protect their people who don't have star techniques, but all the creatures in the ocean." Prince Bino stared at Jiang Zhao in shock and asked, "They want to completely take over the ocean? Not allow humans to enter?" "Chirp," the white whale chirped again, its voice clear and bright. "Buzz," Jiang Zhao nodded with a sullen expression and said, "The message is very clear. All human activities in the ocean must be stopped." Prince Bino exclaimed, "That's impossible! How dependent were humans on marine resources in today's society? The ocean provided more than just food, medicine, and transportation. The exploitation of various minerals, oil and gas, as well as energy, could almost be regarded as the lifeline of a country. It was indeed impossible for human society to stop all activities." Jiang Zhao pursed his lips. He was not afraid of the wave chasers who could not get on land. Instead, he was worried about the true overlords hidden in the deep sea. Take the humming whale for example. If it weren't for Jiang Zhao's company along the way, and if the humming whale had first come into contact with the wave chasers, it would have most likely joined the ocean's camp. In fact, if the buzz whale chose to join the wave chasers now, Jiang Zhao wouldn't have anything to say. After all, they were a family with a common home. The Phantom Sea Clan, Burning Sea Clan, Sea Demon Clan, and Sea Demon Clan that were hidden in the deep sea could all set foot on land. The wave chasers had already succeeded. They had already united the star beasts in various regions and expanded the area of patrol and protection. They wanted to prohibit humans from setting foot in the ocean and protect their home. Hence, war was inevitable. At this moment, Jiang Shao finally understood what the catastrophe that the stone carver, old Jiang Shao, meant. It didn't happen on the mainland, but on both the land and sea sides. Chapter 1262. World-level wars could not be fought on a whim, nor could they be stopped on a whim. Once the arrow was fired, there would be no turning back. What was the proportion of land on Earth? What was the proportion of the ocean? How many marine creatures had yet to be discovered by humans? What direction would this world go? At the thought of this, Jiang Shao sighed deeply. He tried to speak up. "Shall I send you and your clansmen, as well as all the marine star beasts, to another world? There are no humans there who will bring you trouble." The humming whale transmitted the images of the Savage Clan, the Rainbow Clan, the Ghost Monk Clan, and the other star beasts living in peace and contentment to the Wave-Chasing Clan. Ah! Clearly, the white whale's answer was no. Jiang Shao could kill them. It was just 100 Wave-Chasing Clan members. Jiang Shao, who had unsealed all his star techniques, could do that now. However, given Jiang Zhao's character, he would never do it. Besides, once Jiang Shao took action, his actions would be spread all over the oceans in a short period of time. War was inevitable, and Jiang Shao definitely didn't want to be the fuse that ignited the World War. Love? Whoever takes the blame can be blamed. This crime can be borne by all humans, but it can't be pinned on me. I can't afford it. Jiang Shao looked down at Second Last and said, "There's nothing to talk about." Second Last nodded silently and said, "Let's go back." Jiang Shao opened the space door, reached his hand in, grabbed a person's ankle, and pulled out a corpse. Jiang Shao looked around at the dorsal fins that were swimming around the cruise ship and said, "I have nothing to defend myself for the fact that humans captured and killed your clansmen who don't have star technique. However, the Star Transformation Organization tortured and enslaved the Wave-Chasing Clan. That's the personal behavior of the evil organization. I can't do anything about the former. As for the latter, I've already captured them for you. As for star conversion, we're even." Jiang Shao then threw the corpse of a member of the Star Transformation Organization into the sea. Buzz, along with the humming whales singing, the hundreds of killer whales that were constantly rotating around the cruise ships were really boiling for a moment. Not to mention the star beast killer whale, even if it was a normal killer whale, how strong was its combat ability? When they thought of ferocious marine creatures, the word shark would appear in most people's minds. However, sharks could be played to death by killer whales. Whether it was a one-on-one fight or a group fight, a large carnivorous dolphin like the killer whale was the true king of the sea. It had almost no natural enemies or opponents. This was a group of highly intelligent, organized social animals. By analogy, they could not be called a pack of wolves living in the ocean. Instead, they should be a group of Siberian tigers that cooperated in the ocean and had a clear division of labor. Since they are carnivores, you can imagine what it is like when they are eating in the churning seawater. Streams of blood spread. In this frenzied act of tearing apart, they were courteous to each other, allowing their companions nearby to get a share. The contradictory scene made Jiang Shao feel a little disappointed. Even humans might be blinded by hatred when they were seeking revenge, and they wouldn't care about anything else. However, the wave chasers were still rational and highly organized despite their crazed behavior. Bino looked up at Jiang Shao, who was feeding them, and asked, "Is there a need to do this?" Jiang Shao casually threw a star transformation corpse to Bino and said, "That's a different matter. I completed the mission not for others but for myself." As Jiang Shao and Bino continued to feed them, the corpses of the Star Transformation members soon entered the stomachs of the Wave-Chasing Clan. Streams of blood filled the sea and the scene was rather bloody. After throwing away the corpses, Jiang Shao said, "Let's go back, chirp, chirp." Amidst the cries of the wave-chasing clan, the human cruise ship gradually sailed away and returned to land. On the other hand, Jiang Shao opened the internal star map and threw 90,000 points into the humming whale's Sea Dream Star technique. In an instant, Sea Dream Star technique went from Diamond Quality Level 1 to Star Quality Level 0. The humming whale also switched from being connected to a specific target to being able to connect with 3 targets mentally. Under Jiang Zhao's silent request, the humming whale also chose 2 members of the wave-chasing clan to connect mentally. On the way back, everyone was in a sullen mood. The current situation had already exceeded their capabilities, and they had different perspectives and positions. Hence, they naturally had different considerations. Jiang Shao and Second Last were thinking about how to protect the long coastline of China from the perspective of the Star Arrival Army. On the other hand, Sophia was really worried about the country and the people. 2 hours later, on the silent cruise ship, Jiang Shao suddenly flashed and arrived at Second Last's room. Second Last was sitting on the edge of the bed, leaning forward and resting her elbows on her knees while lowering her head to ponder about something. Sensing that someone was approaching, Second Last raised her head abruptly, only to see Jiang Shao nodding at her. At the next moment, Second Last felt her vision blur, and she quickly changed from a sitting posture to a standing one. She then stood steadily on the surface of the sea. Second Last had the Star and Sea Demon amphibious ability. Even if she were to stand on the surface of the sea, she would be able to step on some water droplets and fly into the sky. In a rainy environment, Second Last could fly directly into the sky, which had the same effect as Jiang Zhao's tear domain. However, Second Last did not have the perceptual effect of the tear domain. "What's the matter?" Second Last asked as she landed firmly on the surface of the sea and looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao said, "You have to complete the mission." Second Last seemed to have realized something. Previously, Jiang Shao had thrown out all the corpses of the Star Conversion members, but he didn't throw out the 3 living ones, the man and woman on the horse, as well as the Star Conversion shield. Second Last initially thought that Jiang Shao had changed his mind and wanted a mecha, but it seemed that he had other ideas. Throwing corpses was acceptable. However, throwing a living person into the mouth of a killer whale didn't seem to be appropriate in front of everyone. Jiang Shao said, "The humming whale helped me call them over." Jiang Shao then opened the space door, and at the next moment, the man on the horse was pushed out. Jiang Shao grabbed the young man who was wearing star power handcuff. Due to the fact that Jiang Shao was too close to the star power handcuffs, his space door closed at the same time. However, with the help of the sea-devouring robe, Jiang Shao still floated steadily on the surface of the sea. "Stop! Stop! What are you doing?" However, Jiang Shao smiled. It was rare for him to feel a little better, which was rather rare. It could be seen that Jiang Shao and the wave-chasing clan had the same hatred towards the Star Organization. Jiang Shao pinched the back of the neck of the man on the horse and brought him closer to his eyes. He then whispered into his ear, "Translate for me, what do you mean by surprise?" The young man on the horse was dumbfounded. While speaking, Jiang Shao lifted his body, adjusted his direction, and pointed to a place not far away. The expression of the young man on the horse changed, and he began to struggle violently. In his line of sight, on the distant surface of the sea, there was a pitch-black dorsal fin surging towards him. "No, no! You can't do this! You don't have the right to do this! You can't do this to me!" The young man on the horse yelled angrily while kicking his legs in panic. "I can't do this to you?" Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "Look at me." He clearly did not mean for the young man on the horse to see Jiang Zhao's face, but rather for him to feel Jiang Zhao's behavior. "Look carefully and see if I can do this to you." Jiang Shao immediately threw the young man on the horse out. Plop! Ah! 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 Amidst the screams, blood began to spread in the sea. Jiang Shao opened another teleportation portal, but this time, he opened it beside second last, who was a few meters away. Behind the portal, Pegasus Woman was pushed out by a single hand. Second last was quick to react and grabbed the woman's neck before lifting her up into the air. She was still standing steadily on the surface of the sea. The amphibious sea demon star technique was similar to Body of Steel, Endurance, and other star technique. They were all purely passive star techniques that were added to one's physical attributes and could not be sealed by the star power handcuff. Second last turned to look at Jiang Shao while holding the woman in her hand. How considerate. Please, please don't do this. I beg you, ma'am. Help, is there anyone? Help, second last frowned slightly and thought to herself, the woman in her hand is really noisy. Back then, when you kicked a commoner girl to death and crushed her spine, you didn't even give her a chance to beg for mercy. As second last clenched her fists, the female mastiff was strangled and she could no longer breathe. She could no longer wail and shriek miserably. In the distance, a group of killer whales popped their heads out of the sea and stood vertically in the water, staring at second last. Take revenge if you have grievances, take revenge if you have enmity. In the future, we might be in two different camps, but now, at least at this moment, we have the same mentality. While thinking about it, second last casually tossed. The people of the wave-chasing clan who were sitting in a row and eating fruits in front of her were like dumplings in a pot. Unfortunately, compared to their size, the food was not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Behind the door, another astral shield was pushed out. Compared to the previous two, this one might be a little uncomfortable, but that wasn't what second last had to consider. She held on to the astral shield and threw the criminal who had long suffered a mental breakdown out. Jiang Shao closed the space door and said, "It's almost time." Okay. Second last sniffed and took 2 steps forward. She then stood beside Jiang Shao and asked, "What's the final outcome?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "I don't know, it's hard to imagine." As he spoke, the surging seawater gradually calmed down. A white and chubby white whale suddenly swam over and popped its head out of the seawater in front of them. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before squatting down. The white whale opened its mouth, and there were 3 star power handcuffs in it. Jiang Shao picked up the 3 star power handcuffs with one hand and gently patted the soft head of the white whale with the other. He said softly, "Wish us all good luck." The white whale chirped and dived into the sea. A few seconds later, hundreds of dorsal fins floated on the surface of the sea and left quickly. Buzz, the humming sound of a whale came from beneath their feet and the humming whale emerged from the water. Its spacious back could be considered an island as it lifted Jiang Shao and second last up. Jiang Shao handed the star power handcuffs to second last and took a few steps away before opening the space door further away. After second last threw the handcuffs in, the sound of a whale humming could be heard. All of a sudden, second last and Jiang Shao fell silent. The image transmitted by the humming whale was written in black and white, which was carefully translated. "Thank you, my friends. Don't set foot on the ocean or get close to the coastline again. Perhaps one day we will coexist in harmony, but that idealized and beautiful future requires sacrifices of life and blood. The next time we meet, we will be enemies." Second last sighed softly and said, "The humming whale learned a lot of vocabulary from you." Jiang Shao said, "I've never felt that I'm smarter than it." Second last nodded silently. Very few star warriors in this world could own a star pet of such a level. On one hand, one had to be strong enough to match such a star pet. On the other hand, star warriors also had to have a sincere heart. The most terrifying thing about the humming whale was its star technique, Sea Dream, which could connect with the star warrior mentally. It was very difficult for the humming whale to disguise and deceive people. It could sense a person's inner thoughts in the most direct way. How many top-notch star warriors could be recognized by the humming whale? Second last felt that it would be difficult for her to be recognized. The reason why the humming whale loved her so much was because of its master. It loved her because of its master. Jiang Shao had relied on his sincerity to be able to bond with the humming whale to this point. Second last said, I wonder how many other creatures like it there are in this ocean, where wisdom and strength coexist. When wisdom developed to a certain level, it would undoubtedly be a tricky existence. It was no exaggeration to say that the humming whale could destroy a coastal city on its own. A tsunami of that level would be equivalent to a natural disaster. Jiang Shao said, I hope it's the only one. Let's go back and report the situation. Now they could only report it to the higher-up. There was nothing else they could do. In Jiang Zhao's career, there was no mission that he could not complete. Today, Jiang Shao encountered his first failure in his career. To put it bluntly, Jiang Shao had failed, which meant that all of mankind would encounter a major setback. After all, at Jiang Zhao's level, he was the strongest and last fortress among the human star warriors. If he couldn't do it, no one could. Jiang Shao put away the humming whale and returned to the cruise ship with second last. Previously, Princess Sophia had invited Jiang Shao to read the history book, but after experiencing such an incident, she was no longer in the mood. Second last and Xing Lin Jun didn't have the mood either. As soon as they returned to land, they boarded the plane and returned to China. Besides, she only boarded the plane symbolically. After the plane took off, second last made arrangements and asked Jiang Shao to bring her back to the capital. She immediately looked for Yi Zhizhong for a meeting and contacted her superiors. Although second last had asked Jiang Shao about the final outcome of the war in the North Atlantic Ocean, she knew the answer better than Jiang Shao did. However, she probably knew the answer better than Jiang Shao did. Second last had never thought that she would experience such a catastrophe in her limited life. In just one day, the battles between people and organizations, and even between countries in her heart had all fallen into a disadvantageous position. Now it was time for the final battle between the sea and land to decide the survival of the race. Chapter 1263. The second half of July was spent in conflicts between land and sea. That situation affected the operations of all aspects of the world. Not only were the countries and the Star Warriors affected, but even ordinary people could not escape. Fishermen, for example, no longer dared to go too far into the ocean to fish. Long-distance and deep-sea fishing projects had also been put on hold. No one dared to disbelieve it, because those who did not, without exception, would not be able to return. Besides, that was only one aspect. There were more and more important aspects that had been affected, and the losses caused were immeasurable. Of course, that had already violated the interests of a large number of groups. At this point, the corporations, organizations, and even some countries that relied on the sea for their livelihood were led by the officials to order the Star Warriors to escort and protect the exploitation of marine resources. A huge battle finally broke out on August 2nd. In North America, an offshore drilling platform in the Gulf of Mexico was attacked. The more terrifying thing was that because the wave chasers had no prior experience, they simply destroyed human buildings that should not have appeared in the ocean. Hence, during the destruction, the oil well at the bottom began to leak due to the improper operation of the wave chasers. That was undoubtedly a huge pollution to the ocean. The wave chasers were completely infuriated. The large companies and entrepreneurs of the United States were equally infuriated. All of that money was wasted. It didn't matter if the people died, but it wouldn't do if the money was gone. The battle completely broke out, and North America set up a joint escort team to patrol the deep sea and search for the wave chasers. However, on August 5th, a few squads of Star Warriors flew back to the United States in a sorry state and recounted in detail how their team members were cruelly eaten by a group of killer whales. They also told how their fleet was detonated by a sonic wave star technique. Due to the fact that the fleet that went to sea to enforce the law took the route of the Star Warriors, there were only hundreds of them. However, only 12 of them returned. That was just one incident. If the battles that took place in the 4 oceans at the beginning of August were counted, it would be a situation where there were many conflicts. The war had already entered a stage of full outbreak, but the current battlefield was still in the ocean. The Star Arrival Army had been under a lot of pressure recently. In fact, every military in China was under a lot of pressure. On one hand, Huaxiao was not a landlocked country. It had a long coastline to protect. On the other hand, the neighbors inland were not very good, so they needed to send a large number of troops to guard the inland border. Under such a premise, Jiang Shao was duty-bound to establish 3 new Star Beast armies. Yinyang Soul Warriors, White Face Dancers, and a small number of obedient book souls walked out of Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow World and arrived on Earth. They were all from the Dancing Soul City of the Calamity Shadow World. The Ice Prayer Forest tribe in the land of Liaodong was personally led by the Ice Prayer Forest tribe's chief. They led the Ice Spirit tribe, the Ice Demon tribe, and the Ice Sealing tribe out of the Shadow Calamity World. In the past half a year, the Ice Praying Forest had almost unified the entire Liaodong region of the Calamity World. They were just worrying about not having a new target, and the god of creation, Jiang Shao, had sent them a new target. Coincidentally, the Birch Forest tribe and the Ice Praying Forest tribe were in a similar situation. Under the orders of the chief of the tribe, Buru, the savage tribe sent out 1,000-man army. There were 1,000 of them. The appointment of positions within the Star Advent Army underwent another round of adjustments. The 5-tailed I Qingchen, the 6-tailed Gu Shuren, and the 7-tailed Xia Yan had just become the deputy commanders not long ago. At this moment, with the establishment of the new Star Beast Army, they achieved a rapid promotion in their career as soldiers. The few who had just withdrawn from the South America's Ba Federation and North Africa's Sahara Desert received orders to lead the Star Beast Army. The Star Advent 5th Regiment, Ghost Monk Army, was led by I Qingchen and stationed in Daming. There were many people accompanying them. Among them were the hidden boss Bait Jiang Shao, Lu Yang, Kai Yao, and Wu Yao, who was eager to return home. The Star Advent 6th Regiment, Ice Race Army, was led by Gu Shuren and stationed in the southwest coastline of Liaodong. Among the people accompanying them were the hidden boss Bait Jiang Shao, as well as Ember Wu Shaojing, and the others. The Star Advent 7th Regiment, Dancing Soul Army, was led by Xia Yan and Han Jiangshu as her deputy. Accompanying them was the Bait Jiang Shao. They rushed to Ludong Land and led the soldiers of the Dancing Soul City to help the human Star Warriors guard the coastline. In fact, there was a special elite team of the Chessboard Army under the 7 Regiment, Dancing Soul Army, led by Han Jiangshu. However, there were not many of them, and due to their biological characteristics, they were not enough to form a team. The Star Advent 8th Regiment, Savage Army, was led by Hu Wei. He was officially promoted and stationed at the border of Beijiang Land. At the same time, the 4-tailed Hai Tianqing took over Hu Wei's position in the army of apprentices and assisted Zhang Songfu. Song Lan's position was not changed either. She remained in the capital and brought Yuan to a safe place to grow. The Star Advent Army began to operate quickly, but Jiang Shao did not slack off either. In the past 20 days, he had finally upgraded all the star techniques in his internal star map, except 4 Blessing and Decoy, to Scorching Yang quality. It wasn't that he didn't want to farm Blessings and Decoy, but Jiang Shao dared not hunt white ghoul witches anymore. He understood the principle of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. In fact, in the end, Jiang Shao even resumed his business as a matchmaker. If he discovered that there was only one white ghoul witch in any of the white ghouls, Jiang Shao would immediately take off its pants and see what gender it was. Then, He would search around and catch a partner of the opposite sex for it. It felt like he was allocating a partner. As for Jiang Zhao's other star techniques, Bell, Imprint, Nostalgia, and Dawn, they had already undergone a qualitative change, and there were no major changes. What was worth mentioning was that the radius of Nostalgia had increased from 100 meters to 150 meters for Candle Moon, and now to 200 meters for Scorching Yang. The magnitude of the increase was simply unimaginable. On the surface, it seemed to be just a quantitative change, but how much of the battlefield could it cover with the additional radius of 50 meters? At this point, only Blessing and Decoy were left among the 8 star techniques that were holding him back. Jiang Zhao had also made great progress in the use of the star map. As early as mid-July, when Jiang Zhao and Second Last went to the Sima Kingdom to carry out a mission, he had already studied Y. Lisabeth's cross-star map. Before that, Jiang Zhao had also studied the portrait star map of Aging Star. So, after the mission failed and he returned from the Kingdom of Sima, Jiang Zhao went straight to the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. He found Hua Xing and his wife, who were waiting for him in the City of Hope. He spent a whole day to take down the couple's star maps bit by bit. Cross-star map. Portrait star map. On Jiang Zhao's earthly light star technique, the number of star maps created at the back had also increased to 7/9. Among them, the portrait of the aging star turned into a star and brought Jiang Zhao quite a surprise. When he used his main body to experiment with the star transformation martial technique, a surprising scene appeared. Star martial technique, peak of life. When Jiang Zhao cast the star martial technique, the information given in his internal star map caught him off guard. The name of the portrait star map turned out to be Peak of Life? This name is rather impressive. What made Jiang Zhao even more dumbfounded was that the Peak of Life star martial technique turned the aging star cultivator from an old man in his 60s back to a young man. Jiang Zhao's star martial technique turned him from a 20-year-old young man to a young man in his mid-20s. It was not easy to tell his age, and Jiang Zhao could only give a rough estimate. He should be between 25 and 29 years old. Others are getting younger and younger, but why am I getting older and older? So, 25 to 29 years old is the default age of a human star warrior according to the internal star map? In that case, I'll have to grow for at least another 5 years before I'm considered to be at my peak? As for Y. Lisabeth's Holy Cross star map, Jiang Zhao felt very comfortable for a while. Even in the days that followed, there was a series of bad news such as conflicts between the sea and land, as well as world turmoil. Whenever Jiang Zhao remembered that he had the Holy Cross star map, he would feel more confident. That was true immunity to magic. It was not a joke. Only the purest star power could hurt Jiang Zhao. He was completely immune to star techniques. In fact, even the second-hand star power, that was released in the form of a star technique, could not cause any harm to Jiang Zhao at all. It was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. The Holy Cross, just like the ink flower star technique of Three Tails, was a star map that should not exist in this world. Let's rewind the time back to late July. An uninvited guest had arrived at Han Jiangshue's hailing shelter again. Three Tails, who was teaching Jiang Mahua, looked at Jiang Zhao with a vigilant expression. Star martial technique, Holy Cross. When Jiang Zhao was experimenting with the star map, he also discovered Y. Lisabeth's bad taste. Back then, during the battle with star conversion, Y. Lisabeth used the star martial technique to make people carry a huge cross on their backs, just like the crucifixion of Jesus. After Jiang Zhao obtained the star map, he discovered that the Holy Cross was similar to I Ching-chen's safety buckle. There was no need for it to become so huge and be carried on one's head or on one's back. He could totally turn the Holy Cross into a necklace or a pendant and hang it in front of his chest. Jiang Zhao tightened the Soul Devourer around his body and hid the small Holy Cross. He then said to Three Tails, Come on, try to control me. Upon hearing this, Three Tails asked calmly, Are you sure? Jiang Shao sneered in disdain and glanced at Three Tails with an infuriating expression. I'm no longer the wastrel I used to be. Could Three Tails spoil Jiang Shao? The answer was, no. Whoosh, a black ink flower bloomed on Jiang Zhao's chest, and the clothes of the Soul Devourer. However, while Three Tails was staring at him in bewilderment, Jiang Shao actually reached out and plucked the flower from his chest. PSSST, the black ink flower was crushed into a puddle by Jiang Shao, which flowed out of the gaps between his fingers and dripped onto the ground. Jiang Shao looked at Three Tails with a smile and gradually began to emit the aura of a demon king. Three Tails stared at Jiang Shao in shock, seemingly thinking that the Soul Devourer had helped Jiang Shao block the effect of the star martial arts. She waved her hand again. There was an ink flower growing on top of Jiang Zhao's head. At the next moment, Three Tails' eyes widened slightly and her expression gradually turned from bewilderment to astonishment. Jiang Shao was still not restrained, and under Three Tails' gaze, Jiang Shao slowly took a step forward. Besides, the flower on top of his head was getting faster and faster. La 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 la, I'm a flower that walks freely. Jiang Shao shook his head slightly and let the ink flower sway on his head while humming in his heart. He was in an extremely good mood. In the past, Jiang Shao had finally overcome the huge mountain of star martial arts that could threaten his life. Jiang Shao walked towards the dumbfounded Three Tails and reached out to pluck the ink flower from the top of his head. Jiang Shao smiled and picked up the black flower in his hand before returning it to Three Tails affectionately. Here, with this backhand, it was truly a super doubling of strength. I recommend my friend's book, The Primordial Times Are Coming. Platinum Guru's new book is of guaranteed quality. Top. Chapter 1264. Bad News. There's bad news coming from the seas around the Iceland nation. They've almost lost control of the coastal waters. When the Pacific Ocean and Atlantic Ocean were at war, no one thought that the first to land would be the Arctic Ocean's Chain Clan. Be careful. This world. Andromeda is here. Heavenly punishment is here. Jiang Shao, Jiang Kelly, sat in the office and looked at his mobile phone with a frown. On August 8th, the news completely blew up on the internet. It could be said that it was so overwhelming that it couldn't be missed. In today's society, it was definitely not a trivial matter for a country to be invaded. Although the Iceland nation did not fall, the 7-meter-tall female giants that were wrapped in layers of chains floated out of the sea and landed on land. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is your national defense fake? Well, of course, with the efforts of the highly intelligent and organized wave chasers, all the countries with coastlines were gradually losing control of the sea, let alone the Iceland nation. Jiang Shao clicked on a video, only to see that the screen was shaking violently, followed by people's panicked shouts. In the video, there was a chain resentment astral beast, commonly known as Andromeda, that was extremely difficult to spot. They had curly brown hair, and although they were naked, their important parts were covered by the layers of chains. One after another, huge heads emerged from the sea and approached the mainland step by step. At this moment, the quiet fishing village was in complete chaos. The huge Andromeda swung the chains around with a cold expression on her charming face. They didn't seem to be unfamiliar with killing or repulsed by it. In the sea, the wave-chasing clan's cries could be heard. Perhaps they were cheering for the Andromeda constellation, or perhaps they were using their voices to scan the terrain of the battlefield. Oh my God, it's actually Andromeda! Why? Don't they live in the reef area? Why are they attacking our fishing village? A horrified voice could be heard from the video, which should be from the person who filmed it. The camera was still shaking left and right. In the end, the person who filmed it was clearly too busy to take any more shots. He turned around and ran, but he let out a scream. Aha! Miserable screams were accompanied by heavy muffled sounds. The photographer fell to the ground, and the phone also fell to the side. The phone that was shooting from the sky couldn't see the tragic death of the person, but the horrifying scream was enough to make people's hair stand on end. After a few seconds, in the sky, a gigantic Andromeda constellation with chains in its hands slowly floated past. She stood proudly in midair and stretched out a hand. In the next moment, a chain ball appeared in the sky. Chains shot out in all directions like a dense spider web, sweeping in all directions. After the short video ended, Jiang Shao took a deep breath and placed his mobile phone on the desk. Although this was only a remote and sparsely populated fishing village, the impact it brought was extremely significant. This was the first time since the calamity that the star beasts of the ocean faction had attacked the mainland. Judging from the other party's actions, there was no room for negotiation in this war. Killing, for the commoners, might be very far from their lives. However, it was a common occurrence for star warriors. At the same time, it was a common occurrence for the star beasts. He could tell that the fishing village had been slaughtered. In fact, when the star warriors arrived, all sorts of human buildings were wrapped in chains, and the ground was covered with spiky chains. Countless corpses were wrapped around the chains and lying in pools of blood. It was a scene of purgatory on Earth. It was comparable to the scenes of humans slaughtering killer whales, beluga whales, dolphins, and so on. Jiang Shao had the honor of seeing the Andromeda clan in Hope City, which was at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. At that time, the Andromedas were enslaved by the Planet Conversion Organization and became guard. In front of Jiang Shao, the domineering Andromedas did not have much room to display their abilities. They were blasted into Jiang Zhao's world of calamity by various space doors and water cannons. However, there was only one Jiang Shao in this world, and there was only one Planet Conversion Organization. Although the Planet Conversion Organization was insignificant in front of Jiang Shao, second last, and the others, the Planet Conversion Organization was a god-level organization according to the standards of the Star Warriors in the world. It had only been less than 2 months since the fusion of Earth and the alien ball, and the Star Warriors on Earth were still at the peak of galaxy. At this juncture, there had yet to be a large number of Star Warriors in the Starry Sky stage. The wave-chasing clan had indeed chosen a very good time. If it were to drag on for a few more years, it would be hard to say if batches of Star Warriors in the Starry Sky stage would emerge. Huh! Jiang Shao raised his head and looked opposite him. A figure appeared in front of the desk and was looking down at him. "What's the mission?" Jiang Shao asked frantically. Second last had a complicated expression on her face, and she looked at Jiang Shao silently. After a long time, she said, "You saw what happened in Iceland." Jiang Shao said, "Yes, the situation isn't optimistic." Second last said, "Fortunately, it's not China." Hearing this, Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, second last has a big perspective. She shouldn't say such things. Second last said, "It's a good thing for you, at least." Jiang Shao asked, "What do you mean?" Second last said, "The Dragon Cave is open." Jiang Shao held his breath and exclaimed, "Dragon Cave? Opened? How did it open? Why did it open?" With the fusion of Earth and the abnormal ball, there were no more upper and lower dimensions. Hence, there was no such thing as a dimensional space. The countless dimensional doors in the world have all been closed. Why are you the only one who opened them? Are you special? Oh yes, you seem to be special. Dragon Cave. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened slightly and he thought, so, the Dragon Cave is not an abnormal ball or a projection of the upper dimension? Right. The portal of the Dragon Cave is unique. It's different from all other dimensional doors. Jiang Shao had traveled all over the world, and all the dimensional space gates that he had seen could be called gates without exception. However, the entrance of the Dragon Cave was not in the form of a door. Instead, it was more like the entrance of a tunnel that was terrifyingly small. Even when entering the dragon cave, he couldn't walk in. He could only leap in parallel to the ground. Second Last said, "The situation is tense now. Although the soldiers patrolling the waters near China have yet to send back any news of the battle, I can't leave as the patriarch of the Star Descent clan. Besides, the higher-ups have also appointed you to explore the secrets of the Dragon Cave." Jiang Shao asked, "Now?" With a solemn expression, Second Last said, "Yes, now. Fundamentally speaking, the fusion of the abnormal balls caused the dimensional spaces in the world to disappear, but the Dragon Cave has reopened. There must be something abnormal about it." That was indeed the case. In the past, the Dragon Cave was mysterious because of the mysterious natural phenomena, the distinct terrain, the rapid rotation of day and night, and the powerful star beast. However, at this moment, when the dimensional spaces in the world had disappeared, the Dragon Cave was still open. That was enough to prove that the upper dimension of the Dragon Cave was definitely not an abnormal ball. That undoubtedly gave the Dragon Cave the most mysterious veil. The Dragon Cave might really be a key that could lead people to understand the secrets of the world. However, Jiang Zhao's face was so bitter that he looked like a steamed bun. He said, "Do we have to explore the secrets of the Dragon Cave now? You've seen it, the Ocean faction has already begun to invade China. Iceland is the first shot fired by the Ocean faction. Needless to say, it won't be long before Huaxiao will also be dragged into this battle." Second Last simply looked at Jiang Shao quietly and said, "You're appointed by your superiors. You know very well who our superiors are." "Yes." Jiang Zhao's mind raced and he asked, "Leader, did you receive any news?" "Maybe, maybe not," Second Last said in a low and emotionless voice. Second Last's voice was low and emotionless. "Remember, we're soldiers, and it's our duty to obey orders." With a sullen expression, Jiang Shao nodded silently. Second Last said, "Bring your team members and go." Hearing this, Jiang Shao frowned again. He organized his words and said, "My team members have just taken over the various Star Beast armies not long ago. Given the current situation on Earth, it's best not to move." Second Last interrupted and said, "Go early and come back early." Jiang Shao rebutted Second Last's words, which was rare. Although Second Last was his superior in name, she was different from his other superior. Jiang Shao could play tricks on her. He said, "I won't bring my team members with me. To put it bluntly, my team members will slow me down in exploring the Dragon Cave. I'll just bring my mecha." "Okay." Second Last murmured and finally nodded under Jiang Zhao's expectant gaze, because she knew what Jiang Zhao's true abilities were. Putting Martha and Jiang Kelly aside, the Huaxing couple alone were much more useful than the rest of Jiang Zhao's teammates. Although Second Last agreed to Jiang Zhao's request, she spoke again, but she didn't say anything. Jiang Zhao's, Jiang Kelly's, perception was not to be trifled with. He frantically asked, "What's wrong?" Second Last said, "You've recovered your strength now, and the Dragon Cave won't cause you too much trouble. I'm not worried about that. However, this time, your mission is no longer to hunt for star beads, but to explore the secrets of that mysterious space." Second Last then took a step forward and placed her hands on the desk. She then leaned over and looked at Jiang Shao with an intense gaze. "My only request for you is that once the Dragon Cave collapses, you must quickly flash to the entrance and return to Earth. Do you understand?" Jiang Shao nodded with a solemn expression and said, "I understand." Second Last stared at Jiang Shao for a long time, and Jiang Shao didn't look away either. She slowly extended her hand. Although her arms were long, the desk was rather large. Jiang Shao cooperated and leaned forward with his elbows on the desk, allowing her to rub his head with her palm. "What should I do? She's my cat, so I have to spoil her. But then again, spoiling her was mutual." Just now, Second Last accepted Jiang Zhao's rebuttal and agreed to explore the dragon cave on her own without bringing anyone who would be a burden. Jiang Zhao knew why Second Last was behaving like that at this moment. Going to the dragon cave to hunt for star beads and exploring the end of the dragon cave were two completely different tasks. Jiang Zhao didn't know what was at the end of the dragon cave, and he reckoned that it might be a fantasy paradise. His superiors insisted that Jiang Zhao carry out the mission now, perhaps because, for a country, especially a huge country like China, such high-level information was definitely of strategic significance and they had to fight for it. If they could really crack the secrets of the Star Warriors world, China would undoubtedly be at the forefront of the world. At this moment, Jiang Zhao could only speculate. Second Last pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's head and combed his short hair. She suddenly said, "Since you've gone to the dragon cave, put it away, Jiang Kelly." Jiang Zhao lowered his head and thought about it before opening a space door in the middle of the office. The original Jiang Zhao walked out and waved his hand, after which a decoy Jiang Zhao stood beside Second Last. All of a sudden, there were 3 Jiang Zhao in the office. Jiang Zhao said, "The decoy is a cross-star map. Enter your space. On one hand, we can exchange information with you. On the other hand, if you participate in some high-level battles during my exploration of the Dragon Cave, I can protect you too." Second Last stood up straight and turned around to look at the decoy beside her. She said in a hoarse voice, "He should be by your side." Jiang Zhao smiled and cooperated with the decoy by looking at Second Last from the front, side and back. He said, "It's okay, I have a lot of decoy. Besides, forget it." Second Last turned around and looked at Jiang Zhao, who was standing in front of the space door. "What?" Jiang Zhao waved his hand and said, forget it, it's okay." Second Last frowned slightly and said sternly, "Speak." Jiang Zhao smacked his lips in discomfort and hesitated for a long time before saying, I have many versions of myself, but there's only one of you." All of a sudden, the office fell silent. Second Last looked at Jiang Zhao and squinted her eyes, making Jiang Zhao feel flustered. He could only comfort himself and think, "It's okay, I have the Holy Cross. Besides, I heard that Jiao Yang Great Endurance is more compatible with the Holy Cross. What's Second Last compared to me? She's just a silly sister." All of a sudden, Second Last stretched out her right hand and grabbed the neck of the decoy beside her. She then waved her left hand and opened the space door of her Calamity Shadow. She then threw the decoy, Jiang Zhao, into it. After doing all that, Second Last disappeared in a flash without saying goodbye at all. Jiang Zhao looked at the empty room and couldn't help but purse his lips. "Ha, women! I didn't even use any strength. Why did you flee?" Chapter 1265. The Dragon Cave. It was a place that had been with Jiang Zhao throughout his career. The Dragon Cave used to be a supreme and mysterious existence to Jiang Zhao. If he was not careful, he would lose his life there. As time passed, as Jiang Zhao became more powerful, the Dragon Cave became less dangerous to him. However, the only thing that remained the same was the mysterious veil it was wearing. Until now, no one knew why the entrance of the Dragon Cave was not like a gate but more like a tunnel entrance. Why was there a variety of terrains in the Dragon Cave mixed but distinct? Why did time flow so quickly in the Dragon Cave and allow a person to experience the cycle of day and night in just a few minutes? In Jiang Zhao's opinion, he had a huge doubt about this place. It was because in his Star Warriors era, there were a total of 5 pages of illustrations of the Fog Dragon, Crystal Dragon, Hidden Dragon, Star Dragon, and Imprisoned Dragon in the Dragon Cave. The last page was written in mysterious text and did not turn into an illustration. When he flipped to the last page, it was the illustration of the star beasts of Zhongji Land. That also meant that although Jiang Zhao had entered the Dragon Cave thrice, He had yet to see all the creatures in the dragon cave. There was also a mysterious dragon creature that Jiang Shao had yet to encounter. Second last had always been swift and decisive, and Jiang Shao wasn't inferior to her either. As soon as he received the news, he called the office of the person in charge of the Dragon Cave base, Xiao Bo. After communicating with Chief Xiao Bo, he entered Xiao Bo's office in a flash. At this moment, Xiao Bo was sitting behind his desk, holding the phone and listening to the busy tone on the other end. Before he put down the phone, he felt a blur in front of him. That kid is here. Xiao Bo had a deep impression of Jiang Shao. He had been stationed in the Dragon Cave for many years, and the Tail Feather Brigade was the first team to conquer the Dragon Cave. Among the team, Jiang Shao was the only one who had truly conquered the Dragon Cave. Xiao Bo was more like the lobby manager of a hotel than the second-in-command of the Dragon Cave. There were all kinds of star warriors and soldiers who came and went. Xiao Bo sent off batches of ambitious comrades and welcomed back batches of wounded warriors. Such a cruel and sorrowful scene was finally broken by the appearance of Wei Feather Brigade and Jiang Shao. Until now, Xiao Bo still did not know Jiang Zhao's true strength. After all, he was only the lobby manager, not the tour guide. When they first entered the Dragon Cave to explore, the Tail Feather Brigade transferred an elite team, a total of 10 people. The second time they entered the Dragon Cave, the members of the Tail Feather Brigade were reduced. The third time they entered the Dragon Cave, the Tail Feather Brigade only sent out a small team of 4. For the fourth time, the Tail Feather Brigade, no, the Star Advent Army only sent one person, Jiang Shao. Xiao Bo had mixed feelings. He had been stationed here all his life, and he knew how many heroic souls had been buried here. Finally, a great Chinese star warrior had arrived, a young man who could go to the Dragon Cave alone and pass the test. Who knew how those loyal souls and skeletons would feel? Perhaps he would be very pleased. Sir. Jiang Shao looked at the absent-minded Xiao Bo and could not help but remind him. Ah! Xiao Bo hurriedly stood up. When they met again, Xiao Bo was still the same Xiao Bo, but Jiang Shao was no longer a lowly soldier. Jiang Shao said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go down directly." Of course, Jiang Shao hoped to return as soon as possible. The current situation in China was critical, and a battle was about to break out. Jiang Zhao's existence would undoubtedly be of great help to China. Let's go. I'll bring you down. Xiao Bo did not stand on ceremony. He knew that the mission was urgent, so he personally brought Jiang Shao down. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Dragon Cave base did not withdraw. In fact, the soldiers of the Russian Federation did not withdraw either. Some soldiers even thought that they would do useless work there and stay together for the rest of their lives. However, they did not expect the Dragon Cave to open again. Under Xiao Bo's lead, the journey was smooth. Jiang Shao once again arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Cave and saw the familiar small space door again. Jiang Shao nodded at Xiao Bo and leaped straight in. In an instant, the familiar feeling returned. It was quiet at the entrance of the space door. There was snow, wilderness, grassland, and desert at the intersection of the 4 terrains. Jiang Shao raised his head and shielded his eyes with one hand while the dazzling sunlight shone on his face through the gaps between his fingers. In the sky, the sun that was hanging right above their heads was rapidly moving to the west. Not long after, the sun would set in the west. So, what exactly is the secret of the Dragon Cave? Jiang Zhao's eyes were slightly red. The scene of the blue sky, white clouds, and the scorching sun in the sky were quickly covered by dark clouds. Soon, it began to drizzle. Jiang Shao waved his hand and put on the sea-devouring robe. At the same time, he deliberately activated his star technique, and the range of the field tears continuously expanded. Jiang Zhao's perception also expanded continuously. During the first 3 times they entered, Jiang Shao and his team were focused on how to obtain the dragon race's star beads and dragon eggs. Now, Jiang Zhao's gaze was clearly no longer focused on that. Instead, it landed on the word, exploration. So, where would the secret of the Dragon Cave be? Is there an end here? In his perception, Jiang Shao flashed and entered a grassland. Jiang Shao, who had no clue, had no choice but to choose a direction based on his preferences. Compared to the wilderness, snowy mountains, and deserts, Jiang Shao clearly preferred grasslands. Logically speaking, that was the territory of the Star Dragon. Even in the dangerous Dragon Cave, the Star Dragon was considered the top creature. However, all of that was no longer important, was it? After searching aimlessly for a long time, Jiang Shao even felt that he was wasting his time. He had once spent 4 to 5 months flying around the upper dimension of the snowfield in the form of a one-eyed crow. Do I still have to flash around the Dragon Cave? At the thought of this, Jiang Shao had an idea and thought, why don't I choose a direction and flash around? Will this mysterious Dragon Cave be like the upper snowfield? In ancient times, Quafu chased after the sun. Today, Jiang Shao, seem to be able to chase after the sun too? At the thought of this, Jiang Shao adjusted his field tears again and again. The field tears of the scorching yang quality could really achieve the desired effect. Anyone's star technique, rain of tears, would cause the sky to be covered with dark clouds and make it hard for one to breathe. However, Jiang Shao had created a rain of sun under the faint clouds. The fiery red sun quickly set in the west. The sky was clear, but there was a drizzle. Jiang Shao also identified the direction in which the sun was setting and quickly flashed away. Of course, he couldn't keep up with it. Hence, Jiang Shao had no choice but to flash. Fortunately, Jiang Shao could appear in any corner of a planet in a flash, allowing him to cover a large distance. In less than 8 minutes, Jiang Shao chased after the sun and never experienced the night. However, he had already flashed back to the entrance of the Dragon Cave. 8 minutes. The rotation of day and night in the Dragon Cave lasted for 8 minutes. In the past 8 minutes, Jiang Shao had seen all the terrain and all the star beasts of the Dragon Clan. However, he chased after the sun and returned to the original starting point. So, is the Dragon Cave also a planet? Or is it like the upper snowfield? It's just that it's connected from head to tail? Jiang Shao flashed too fast and too far away, so he didn't realize that he had actually been teleported back. Sigh. Jiang Shao placed his hands on his hips and sighed helplessly. After pondering for a long time, he flashed and arrived at a vast grassland. Beside a gurgling stream, he found a huge star dragon sleeping on the ground. No matter how many times Jiang Shao looked at its dazzling starry skin, he would always marvel at the wonders of the Creator. Jiang Shao stepped forward and walked towards the giant dragon's head. Swoosh, a pair of huge and deep starry eyes suddenly opened. There seemed to be a universe in the star dragon's eyes. They were beautiful and dazzling as it looked at the little guy that was walking towards it with extreme vigilance. Jiang Shao froze for a moment. Differential treatment? Back then, Jiang Shao had also communicated with a star dragon. However, the star dragon did not even bother to care about a small bug like Jiang Shao. In fact, such an arrogant race did not even care about punishing Jiang Shao after he woke it up. It was as if beating up a little kid like him would make them look bad. At this moment, the star dragon had already opened its eyes and was looking at Jiang Shao vigilantly. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Is the star power fluctuation on my body too strong? Did the star dragon feel the energy fluctuation of the same level, so it treated Jiang Shao seriously? Jiang Shao looked friendly as he smiled at the star dragon and raised his left hand. Buzz, whoosh in the sky, a giant fish suddenly appeared. Almost at the same time, the star dragon also slowly floated up and a wave of star power energy flowed out from its mouth. Hello, Jiang Shao also floated up. His small body was separated between the giant whale and the giant dragon. Under the dazzling starry sky, the overflowing energy in the star dragon's mouth slightly slowed down. Obviously, the humming whale had passed on Jiang Zhao's friendliness to the star dragon. It was proven that strength was the basis of communication. When you were not strong enough, the star dragon could crush you to death or let you go as if it was a charity. It was all up to its preference. But when Jiang Zhao had strength and a humming whale was floating behind him, the star dragon, such an arrogant race, suddenly became willing to communicate. This world was simply too realistic. Even a dragon was like that, let alone a human. Jiang Zhao thought about it, opened the space door, and took out a treasure chest that was filled with white ghoul star bead. Star bead diplomacy? Jiang Zhao opened the treasure chest, and all of a sudden, the sparkling star beads flickered, causing the star dragon's bright eyes to become a little dazed. Sure enough, Long Long and women were the same. They both liked shiny things. I have a question that I'd like to ask you for help. Buzz, in fact, Jiang Zhao's idea was very simple. Since the dragon lair only opened last night, what did the star dragon experience before it opened? In front of him, the star dragon's body slowly floated and its huge and slender tail slowly extended forward to Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao was not stingy and placed the treasure chest on its tail. On its beautiful tail, Jiang Zhao saw a dazzling solar system. In this case, the dragon should like its own body, right? Jiang Zhao said, "This dragon lair just opened last night. Do you still have any memories before this? Where did you live? Are you still here?" Jiang Zhao thought about it and realized that his question was a little inappropriate. The last night, he mentioned, was a day and night on Earth, but countless days and nights had passed in the dragon lair. Jiang Zhao scratched his head and did not know how to describe it. If he was not mistaken, the star dragon also did not know the concept of minutes and hours. Damn it, the process of the dragon lair opening and collapsing was the process of the imprisoned dragon from birth to death. Obviously, he would not be able to get any valuable information from the AO dragon. Everyone's star beasts were all hatched from eggs, so they could only rely on this kind of wild dragon race. Besides, the dragon lair had just opened. Hopefully, the star dragon could explain it clearly. Jiang Zhao could not explain it clearly, but the humming whale could understand him. All of a sudden, images and emotions were transmitted to the star dragon. However, the images transmitted by the humming whale made Jiang Zhao feel a little helpless. This star dragon was almost the same as his AO dragon. Although it was not dead yet and had not experienced the collapse of the dragon lair, at least it did not have any memories of its birth. The star dragon did not have any memories of the past, nor did it have any memories of the collapse of the dragon lair. All it knew was that when it opened its eyes, it was already occupying this grassland. Wait, Jiang Zhao pursed his lips. Dragon creatures were hatched through eggs. However, this star dragon did not have any memories before yesterday. Since it said that it was here the moment it opened its eyes, in other words, it had descended into this world in its adult form. It did not have parents, nor did it have the time and experience to grow up. Jiang Zhao looked at the star dragon and sighed silently. "Okay, thank you." The star dragon used its huge tail to roll the treasure chest and send it to its mouth. Whoosh, the star dragon raised its head and the white ghoul star beads in the treasure chest fell into its mouth like jelly beans. If it was not for the fact that electronic products could not be used in the dragon lair, Jiang Zhao really wanted to take a picture of this scene. Speaking of which, why was this big guy that was 40 to 50 meters long so cute, while little Jiangshue's little dragon was so annoying? Weren't all creatures in the world cuter the smaller they were? Bye-bye. Jiang Zhao waved his hand and sensed with the field tear domain before flying away with the humming whale. Behind them, the star dragon threw the treasure chest into its mouth. Looking at the scene of the man and the whale flying away, the star dragon tilted its head and thought for a while before secretly chasing after them. Chapter 1266. 3 days later, in the Dragon Cave. Roar! Silence. Jiang Shao threw a shot of sound of silence at the fog dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Jiang Shao was wearing a cloak and flying backward while a large number of water droplets quickly appeared around his body. The scene was simply beautiful. If you don't know, just say so. Why did you spray it at me? Jiang Shao muttered while the water of star power around him was mixed with tears of sorrow. The arrogant fog dragon in front of him was immediately dumbfounded. Today was a rather bizarre day for it. A small human actually brought a big fish to ask me questions? The fog dragon was enraged. Do you have any misunderstandings about the fog dragon clan? Do I look like the kind of dragon that likes to help others? In the end, the fog dragon, who was rubbing its fists and wanted to go all out, just as it roared, it was smashed by a silence. Immediately afterwards, the fog dragon felt that its dragon brain was insufficient. Sorrowful tears was not only a physical blow to the target, but a more frightening blow to the target's emotions. The fog dragon wanted to escape, but it couldn't. The fog dragon wanted to roar loudly, but it couldn't. High-end ingredients often required the simplest cooking methods. Master Shaojiang used the largest range of sound of silence and applied it evenly on the fog dragon's body. Jiang Shao, who had been busy for 5 to 6 seconds, was about to suck the fog on the fog dragon's body when he saw a star descending from the sky and smashing into the range of sound of silence, hitting the fog dragon's body. Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face. Through the tears of sorrow, he could sense that the star dragons that were following him had attacked. One by one, the stars smashed the mist dragon into pieces, and the dragon's brain was completely smashed into pieces. Next, a large star bead fell and the water droplets scattered all over the sky. A lifelike water droplet was put together by Xia Yan, and she reached out to catch the fog dragon's star bead. Of course, although the starry sky god of war Yan in front of him looked lifelike, she was not alive. She was not a human, nor did she have a decoy star technique. She was just a statue that was purely pieced together by star power. In the range of the tear field, Jiang Shao was an omnipotent god. In fact, Jiang Shao could just put together a pair of hands or build a water bridge with the water droplets and let the star beads roll over, but life should be filled with a sense of ceremony. The god of war Yan, who was made up of water droplets, quickly flew over and handed the massive star bead to Jiang Shao. Don't be so soulless. Jiang Shao couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Xia Yan's lifeless eyes. Not far behind him, the coquettish sounds of the star dragons came. Jiang Shao. Yes, not star dragons, but a group of star dragons. Ever since the first star dragon received the box of white ghoul star beads from Jiang Shao, it had been following Jiang Shao from afar. Jiang Shao had been activating the tier of domain all along. How could he not know? However, Jiang Shao was also curious about what Star Dragon was up to. With Jiang Zhao's star bead diplomacy, more and more star dragons joined Jiang Zhao's team and followed him and Big Fish eagerly. Indeed, they had tasted the sweetness and were ready to follow Jiang Shao to get a share of the spoils. Such a scene was simply incomprehensible to Jiang Shao. What were the characteristics of star dragons? Lonely kings. Arrogant nobles among dragons. What made them put down their dignity and choose to travel together? What was it that made them follow behind a tiny human and protect him? Was it reality? Don't help me anymore, I can't afford to feed you. Jiang Shao turned around and looked at the 7 star dragons behind him. He was on the verge of tears. The 7 dazzling dragons with starry sky skin were far away from each other, and they seemed to be making a final struggle for their dignity. They seemed to be in a state of disunity as they followed behind Jiang Shao and fought on their own. However, strictly speaking, they were partners. Jiang Shao thought about it again and opened 7 space doors beside him. Behind the doors was the Mala Star Dragon Island in Africa. Jiang Shao said, "Go ahead, the white ghouls there are overflowing. If you want to eat them, go and catch them yourself." Buzz, as the sound of the buzzing whale spread, the star dragon that followed Jiang Shao first was also the first to be tempted. It hesitated for a moment before flying in Jiang Zhao's direction and rushing towards one of the space doors. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "By the way, don't snatch it. There are white ghouls all over the mountains and plains, and there are walking star beads everywhere. While we were talking, they had already given birth to more than a dozen cubs. Don't fight and don't eat the small ones. You can eat them when they grow up." The reproductive ability of the white ghouls was too strong. What was even more wonderful was that those unintelligent and cruel white ghouls also knew how to self-regulate. After all, the white ghouls only had prey in their eyes and their food source was their own kind. It was a pity that all the white ghouls on the 4 Dragon Islands were of brass quality. Previously, when there was still the concept of the lower dimension, the holy ground, on Earth, Jiang Shao stuck the space door under the holy ground and opened it, allowing the white ghouls to jump out of it and enter Jiang Zhao's calamity world. Once he restocked, he would benefit for life. What does Jiang Wentian mean? What does it mean to be the enemy of the white ghouls? In the future, if Jiang Shao really became a god, the first person he would thank might not be his teachers, comrades, or star pets, but the white ghouls. After luring a few star dragons, Jiang Shao threw the huge fog dragon star bead into a space door beside him. Behind the door, the newly replaced bait, Jiang Shao, put away the fog dragon star bead and placed it together with the other star bead. The main thing was the hidden dragon star bead. He had to save more of such treasures for Xia Yan. She still lacked the star technique concealment. The star technique concealment could allow Xia Yan to summon 2 small hidden dragons to attack the opponent. On the other hand, concealment could allow Xia Yan to control the 2 small hidden dragons as she pleased instead of going head-on. She could change the speed and direction of the small hidden dragon. It could be said that there was something sinister in her recklessness, and it was extremely disgusting. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao turned to look at the god of war, Yen, who was pieced together by the water droplets. Look, I'm thinking of you now. Brother Xiaopi is so warm." Unfortunately, the starry sky god of war, Yen, ignored Jiang Shao. Well, if she really opened her mouth to speak, something would have really happened. "Let's go, Buzzwhale. Let's go play with the hidden dragons." After the majority of Star Dragon's troops entered Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow World, he felt a lot more free, and he left with the Buzzwhale. The strategy of star bead diplomacy was still going on. He could tell that the dragons really liked to eat jelly beans, especially the feeling of pouring them into their mouth. Buzz, in the hot desert, Jiang Shao flashed and arrived at a spot where Domain Tier's perception was lacking. Sure enough, it was the cunning bee hidden dragon in front of him. It hung motionlessly in the air and activated its concealment body. Even Domain Tier could not detect its existence. When Jiang Shao sensed that a piece of space was missing, he knew that there must be a hidden dragon there. "Stop pretending, I can see you," Jiang Shao said as he even floated forward and reached out to tug at the hidden dragon's long beard. The hidden dragon was dumbfounded. It was originally here to hunt and see which unlucky person would pass by. However, it didn't expect that there would be such a stupid creature in this world that actually sent itself to the mouth of a hunter. How could it not eat it? The hidden dragon immediately opened its mouth and swallowed Jiang Shao in one gulp. However, Jiang Shao did not flash away. Instead, he put away the sea-devouring soul that was draped over his body. Gotcha! The sound of teeth biting on steel could be heard. Ugtue, the hidden dragon screamed in pain and spat out Jiang Shao. It couldn't help but grimace and shake its head in pain. It looked at Jiang Shao with a dazed expression. "This? What is this thing? Why does it hurt my teeth so much?" Jiang Shao rubbed his chest that was bitten and looked at the hidden dragon with resentment. Tendons, right? Heh. You want to eat me? I'll tear off your teeth. While rubbing his aching body, Jiang Shao used the water droplets to wash himself thoroughly. Wait, dragon saliva. What special effects does it have in most fantasy worlds? Forget it, it's disgusting. To put it bluntly, it's just a dragon's saliva. Jiang Shao used the domain tier beads to constantly wash his body. He already regretted using the scorching yang great endurance to educate the ignorant hidden dragon. The hidden dragon did not have the slightest dignity of a powerhouse at all. Its teeth were hurting from being bitten. It actually turned around and ran. Don't go, let's have a chat. Jiang Shao flashed and stood next to the hidden dragon's face, grabbing its beard again. Jiang Zhao's strength obviously couldn't hold back the hidden dragon, but Jiang Shao was a starry stage contestant after all and could bring great interference to the hidden dragon. Under the influence of Jiang Zhao's starry stage power, the hidden dragon that was fleeing quickly actually made a sharp turn. I see that you're also an adult. It's impossible that you just hatched from an egg a few days ago, so… Do you have any previous memories? Buzz, don't ignore me. Look, I have delicious food as long as you tell me. Buzz. The hidden dragon finally stopped and a trace of suspicion appeared on its almost invisible face. However, it also saw that the treasure chest that Jiang Shao opened was filled with shiny little star bead. Jiang Shao floated forward and stood on the tip of the hidden dragon's nose, staring at the behemoth. Due to the fact that the dragon was too huge, Jiang Shao wasn't even sure which eye was better to look at. However, the hidden dragon was different. Its eyes immediately focused on the little guy standing on the tip of its nose. You might not believe it, but I can make the hidden dragon cross-eyed. Although these are small, they're still star beads. It's absorbable and can be poured into the mouth, Jiang Shao said while reaching into the treasure chest and picking up a brass-quality white ghoul star bead. As he absorbed the star bead, the white ghoul star bead shattered and turned into star power that fused into Jiang Zhao's body. The hidden dragon was finally tempted. In fact, a brass-quality white ghoul star bead wouldn't be able to add much star power to a creature of this level, but it felt great. What was the prey of the hidden dragon race? It was also the hidden dragon race. How much time and energy would it take for them to absorb a star bead every time they successfully hunted? What kind of life and death battle would they have to go through? Jiang Shao had a box full of star beads in his hands. Whether it was full or not was another matter. What was the point? To satisfy his craving. The hidden dragon's massive body circled around Jiang Shao and didn't leave, seemingly waiting for Jiang Zhao's question. Clearly, the highly intelligent hidden dragon understood that the little thing in front of it was not to be trifled with and that it couldn't attack it forcefully. Hence, it decided to listen to its request first. Buzz. The humming whale transmitted images to the hidden dragon in a timely manner. It was simply the perfect bridge between humans and star beasts. Half a minute later, Jiang Zhao's eyes widened slightly and his breathing gradually quickened. The hidden dragon actually survived a catastrophe. Of course, to the hidden dragon, the catastrophe was not the battle of the land and sea, but the collapse of the dragon cave. The hidden dragon actually had a complete memory of the catastrophe. Although it didn't participate in the encirclement and annihilation of the previous imprisoned dragon, it lived in the dragon cave. Regardless of how the previous imprisoned dragon died, all the creatures in the dragon cave would inevitably experience a catastrophe. The sky collapsed and the earth collapsed while the space was torn apart. In the images transmitted by the humming whale, Jiang Shao saw that in the short 20 minutes of the collapse of the dragon cave, countless cracks appeared in space and tore apart countless dragon creatures. The hidden dragon also joined the army of fugitives. However, under the collapse of space at this level, no place was safe. No matter how strong the dragons were and how strong their bodies were, They couldn't resist the cutting and tearing of space. In the process of escaping, this hidden dragon saw too many dragon bodies that had been torn apart. Even its own tail had been cut off. The dragons that survived did not do so because they were strong but because they were lucky. Obviously, the hidden dragon in front of him was the lucky one. After 20 minutes, when the dragon cave completely collapsed, the scene, Jiang Shao was stunned. He turned to look at the humming whale and said with a trembling voice, "Are you sure?" "Buzz," the humming whale said, "I'm sure." Through the images transmitted to Jiang Shao by the hidden dragon, an incredible phenomenon appeared. The scene of heaven and earth collapsing, all kinds of terrains, scenes, and the ubiquitous cracks in space were all shattered and turned into mysterious symbols. At least, in the eyes of the hidden dragon, those were mysterious symbols. However, in Jiang Zhao's eyes, those symbols were exactly the same as the symbols in Star Warrior era. Just like that, all the mountains, rivers, and earth disappeared, leaving only dead silence and those strange symbols that emitted a strange light. Amidst the flowing symbols, the hidden dragon propped up its wounded corpse and activated its invisible body. It focused on repairing its body and recuperating, until one day those strange flowing symbols once again turned into mountains, rivers, and earth. They even turned into all kinds of dragons. Gulp. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved. After the collapse of the dragon cave, why did the same symbols appear as in Star Warrior era? These dragons, including the topography of this place, everything was created by these mysterious characters and symbols? F***CK. Chapter 1267. So, in order to truly explore the secrets of the Dragon Cave, we have to make the Dragon Cave collapse first? Jiang Shao and his team had experienced at least 3 collapses of the Dragon Cave, but without exception, they would always evacuate safely before the Dragon Cave completely collapsed. However, they didn't expect the real secret to happen after the space collapsed and the entrance of the Dragon Cave was closed. Jiang Shao frowned and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. According to the images transmitted by the hidden Dragon Cave, even Jiang Shao himself couldn't guarantee that he would be able to survive the collapse of the space. Do I really have to explore the mysteries of this world? The most important thing was that even if Jiang Shao survived, he would have to live alone in the long and silent environment for a long time. He could only wait for the Dragon Cave to open again before there would be an exit. What if the Dragon Cave is closed for half a year? Is Jiang Shao going to be trapped here forever? It's not like I don't have a criminal record. At the same time, in the Star Arrival courtyard in the capital, at 1 a.m., Second Last's office was pitch black. If one were to look carefully, they would see a person in a white robe writing something at the desk. Clearly, it was 3 Last. On the other hand, Second Last was standing in front of the window of the office with her arms crossed in front of her chest, staring at the scenery outside silently. The moonlight shone on her face and covered her figure with a layer of cold radiance, giving her a unique elegance. Unfortunately, no one was admiring her, and the only person who was admiring her was busy writing something at the desk and ignoring Second Last. Knock, knock, knock. There was a soft knock on the door. Chief Shou. Okay. Second Last let out a snort and the heavenly hound walked in from the door behind her with a lunchbox. Tengu was already used to such a scene. Second Last didn't like to turn on the lights, and the new secretary seemed to be able to accept working in the dark. Tengu placed the box of food on the coffee table and turned around to leave. In fact, Tengu was a little happy. If 3 Last didn't come, he would be the one working hard behind the desk. As for Second Last? Do you think she can work personally? How naive. Second Last finally turned around and looked at Third Last, who was behind the desk. I'm going to sleep. 3 Last paused and nodded gently. Second Last picked up the lunchbox, opened the space door, and walked in. As soon as she entered her Calamity Umbra world, she heard a sound. He hadn't fallen asleep yet. Perhaps he was studying his skills or the star map. Second last was confident in Jiang Zhao's diligence. She tightened her grip on the lunchbox. I didn't take it for nothing. He's still awake. However, when second last arrived at the rest area in a flash, she discovered that Jiang Zhao was sitting on the ground and leaning against her bed. He muttered, "Something doesn't feel right. Maybe he's studying the new star map?" Second last walked over, squatted down, and handed the lunchbox to Jiang Zhao. "You must be hungry. F***ck. Bait Jiang Zhao got a great shock. Due to the fact that his star slots were empty and he did not have any perception-type star techniques, the space was very safe, and he was too engrossed in his thoughts to notice the approaching cat. "Why aren't you making any sound when you're walking? Why are you floating?" Although Jiang Zhao shuddered in shock and looked rather displeased, he still grabbed the lunchbox. Wow, there were cold dishes, 3 delicacies, braised pork, chicken drumsticks, and steaming rice. Indeed, my cat knows what I like to eat. There's nothing more delicious than braised pork at 1 a.m. If there was, it would only be the barbecue at 1:30 am. Jiang Zhao picked up 2 chicken drumsticks and handed one to second last. "I have some news to report to you." Second last grabbed the drumstick and sat on the ground too. She leaned back and leaned against the bottom of the bed. She was in the exact same posture as Jiang Zhao, but she looked much more carefree. She tore off a piece of drumstick meat and looked up at the deep and vast night sky. She chewed with big mouthfuls and made a nasal sound, and Jiang Zhao couldn't help but grimace at the sight of her greasy mouth. Indeed, the contrast is the most terrifying. "Cute, I want it. Ahem. Oh dear, my sense of beauty has collapsed. I actually find such a woman adorable. I'm used to seeing her crushing the skulls of her enemies. Now that he saw her in her daily life, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world." Jiang Zhao said, "I've found the secret of the dragon cave." Second last stopped chewing and turned around to look at Jiang Zhao in bewilderment. "Found the secret? How long has the dragon cave existed? You only used 3 days to find its secret?" Under the dim starry sky, Jiang Zhao saw the oil stains on her lips. Together with her cold and sullen face, they formed a wonderful picture that had a strange sense of beauty. Jiang Zhao continued, "To be precise, slurping is the right way to find out the secret." Second last casually tossed half a drumstick onto Jiang Zhao's lunchbox and said, "Speak." And so on, Jiang Zhao described the current situation in detail and his reasonable conjectures. Second last listened attentively, and her gaze changed from a dazed one to a solemn one at the end. She only took a few sentences to change her expression and mentality. Staring at Jiang Zhao, who was gorging himself, second last said in a deep voice, "We'll report the information you found. Don't cause the collapse of the dragon cave. As you said, once you're sure that you want to explore the true secret of the dragon cave, you'll have to survive in the collapsed and dead space. Even if you survive the catastrophe, you'll still be imprisoned there. We can only ensure when the dragon cave closes, but we can't guarantee when it will open again." While listening, Jiang Zhao nodded repeatedly and tilted the lunchbox at an angle so that the gravy from the braised pork would flow into the rice in the small frame that contained the vegetables. He then picked up his chopsticks and stirred it. "Wow, that's so beautiful." Seeing that Jiang Zhao was nodding while eating, second last heaved a sigh of relief. Nominally, she could still order him around, but in fact, they were already on equal footing. In fact, they were already on an unequal footing. At the end of the day, strength spoke louder in this world. Jiang Zhao's strength had already exceeded second last's tolerance. Even if he insisted on doing things his own way, second last wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Kill the bait in front of me? That would only take a slap, but the problem was that Jiang Zhao's body was not under her control. Besides, Second last managed to get to where she was today because she had received too many gifts and care from Jiang Shao. Hence, it was a simple mentality that applied to second last too. Seeing that Jiang Shao was nodding and agreeing, second last felt much better. She reached out and picked up the half-eaten drumstick that she had previously thrown on the lunchbox. Huh? You? Why are you still? Jiang Zhao's voice trailed off. Second last placed the drumstick in her mouth again and tore off a piece of meat. She then turned to glance at Jiang Shao and asked, "What's the matter?" "No, nothing," Jiang Shao said with a peculiar expression and shook his head repeatedly. "Humph." Second last humphed coldly and leaned back while resting her elbows on the lower bunk. She listened to the sound of Jiang Shao eating and looked up at the dim starry sky. All of a sudden, she felt that this was how she should live her life. There was a place where she felt extremely safe and didn't have to be constantly wary of her surroundings. There was a delicacy in her mouth that could satisfy her momentary greed and satisfy her taste buds. There was a trustworthy person beside her who shared the same sentiments and thoughts. Second last thought that Jiang Shao had stopped protesting after she brushed him off. However, in fact, what made Jiang Shao stop complaining was not the look in second last's eyes, but in the dragon cave. Jiang Shao threw the hidden dragon into the world of calamity and put away the humming whale. He then sorted out his thoughts and returned to the entrance of the dragon cave in a flash, intending to report the information that he had gathered. However, to Jiang Zhao's surprise, a person flew in from the entrance of the tunnel. It was an acquaintance. The old man who had just entered the dragon cave was clearly stunned to see the person in front of him. He then smiled and said, "We meet again, Jiang Xiaopi." "Hopkins," Jiang Shao murmured. Suddenly, his face changed and he said, "How did you get in?" "The people outside." Hopkins smiled and waved his hand, after which the two of them left the entrance of the dragon cave and entered a snowy mountain. Hopkins said with a smile, "Don't worry, my friend, the guards outside are not dead. I've always been kind to you, haven't I?" Jiang Shao asked with a sullen expression. "Huh?" Hopkins sighed and looked at the snow around him. "It's been a long time since we last met, but I've received a lot of news from you. I can tell that you're still at the stage of caring. In that case, I'm willing to show due respect for your caring. Of course, I know your attitude towards your comrades, so I won't let those insignificant matters affect our relationship. Your soldiers aren't in danger, they just can't stop me." Hopkins then took 2 steps forward and stood at the top of the snowy mountain. He looked into the distance and stared at the magical and strange continent as well as the rapidly setting sun. His cloudy eyes were a little blurred as he said softly, "This is the place closest to the truth, isn't it, my friend?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "Maybe, maybe not." Jiang Shao didn't doubt what Hopkins had just said. There was no need for a person like Hopkins to lie about such things. Besides, if Jiang Shao wanted to verify it, it would only take a moment. Hopkins said softly, "All the space dimensions in the world disappeared because of the fusion of the alien sphere and the Earth. There are no upper levels, lower levels, and no holy ground. Why does there have to be a space door here? Why does there have to be such a magical continent here?" As an emperor who entered the alien sphere to conquer Europe in the 1960s, Hopkins didn't have the concept of the Dragon Cave in his mind. Perhaps a few months ago, with the influx of Earthlings into the alien sphere, Hopkins might have heard some rumors about the Dragon Cave, but this was definitely the first time he had set foot here. Just like when Jiang Shao first arrived, the knowledgeable emperor of Europe looked like a newbie and marveled at the beauty of the world. As he spoke, the sun had already set and the stars were moving rapidly in the sky. "My friend, how's the research on Star Warriors going? What's your realm?" Hopkins, who had always been calm, finally had a slight change. "Have you reached the level of secondary star martial arts? Can you cross dimensions?" Jiang Shao shook his head silently. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao realized that he shouldn't have told Hopkins about his research on the Star Warriors and the unsealing of his star slots. When the two of them met just now, Jiang Shao had just returned from the desert and his star techniques were all turned off. At present, only Han Jiangxue, second last, and third last knew that Jiang Zhao's star techniques had been unsealed. If he kept it a secret, he might be able to seize some opportunities. Regardless of whether he could achieve miraculous results in the end, it would never be wrong to keep it a secret. Besides, there was no need for Jiang Shao to show off to someone like Hopkins. That's a pity. It seems that you've been hindered by the mundane matters. Hopkins stood on the cliff with his hands clasped behind his back and sighed softly. Maybe I should help you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's body tensed up slightly. Hopkins turned around and looked at Jiang Shao before saying, "There's no doubt that this must be the place closest to the truth. If we break through here, there must be a new world outside." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and secretly felt that something was amiss. Previously, Hopkins could still bear with it and was willing to supervise Jiang Zhao's growth to the extent that he could bear it. That was because Hopkins had the concept of the external world, but he did not have a specific experimental site. Now, he had found the only dragon cave in the world. Clearly, it was the experimental site. Hopkins, who was familiar with the principles of the Earth-alien sphere, knew very well that the dragon cave had nothing to do with the projection of the alien sphere, let alone the upper and lower dimensions. It was a space that was independent of the Earth-alien sphere system. Since he could analyze it to this point, what else could he not understand? Hence, the old man was shocked by such a scene. He probably couldn't hold it in any longer. After all, the old man was very old. With a wave of his hand, Hopkins opened the space gate and reached into it. In the next moment, he picked up one corpse after another with his drenched hands. The corpses were covered with water stains and crushed ice shards, as if they had been thrown into the glacier and frozen. Jiang Zhao's face froze. These two corpses were the two members of the Star Organization who had not shown up for a long time? The last two remaining members of the Star Organization in this world had been in Hopkins's hands all this time? Hopkins threw the two corpses at Jiang Zhao's feet one by one and said with a smile, "I hope you can feel my kindness again." Jiang Zhao's face was almost like a small bun. Last time, Hopkins showed his kindness to him by transforming his body, strengthening his star power realm, and increasing his growth potential. Then, he completely sealed Jiang Zhao's star slot. This time, what kind of tricks is this old man up to? Behind Hopkins' space gate, a noble and elegant middle-aged woman walked out. The old witch Catherine? Her long blonde hair was coiled up high, and she was wearing an expensive gown with an exquisite necklace that matched her fair skin. She was completely different from when Jiang Shao saw her before. She was peerless and noble. After seeing Hopkins, Catherine bowed slightly with a charming smile on her face. She lowered her head respectfully and said, "Lord Prophet." Then, Catherine looked at Jiang Shao and bowed politely. "Good day, sir." Jiang Shao pursed his lips, "Indeed, good day. One day, one of the three of us will rest in peace." There would be a new volume tomorrow, which was also the final volume. After this month, he didn't think about fighting for anything, nor did he ask for vote. He just wanted to fill in the holes for everyone and write a warm and happy ending to end the bizarre journey of the little toxic healer. But at present it seemed that there were too many votes left. He wanted to ask for some support. Chapter 1268. Sir, let's go. Please allow me to lead the way for you. Catherine had an elegant smile on her face, but her behavior was humble and respectful. She bowed slightly to Jiang Shao. She was supposed to be a noble lady, but she had been forced to live like a maid. Jiang Shao looked at the place where the space gate disappeared and sighed softly. Right now, Jiang Shao was not in the Dragon Cave, but in Hopkins' Ocean Ridge shelter. Hopkins's Ocean Ridge shelter had been upgraded to the highest quality, so it was more appropriate to call it the Ocean Ridge World. Jiang Zhao's reason for entering was the same as the previous times. From the moment he met Hopkins, it was hard for him to refuse Hopkins's request. Why? Because Jiang Shao still cared. Jiang Shao had friends, comrades, and a country that he cared about. It was indeed difficult for Jiang Shao to refuse any of Hopkins's requests. Jiang Shao couldn't just throw all his friends into the Calamity Shadow World to protect them. In theory, Jiang Shao had the ability to do that, but his comrades still had their own responsibilities. After all, they were all soldiers, and they couldn't abandon their mission and leave the civilians behind, especially when Earth was in a great crisis. Hopkins handed the bodies of the last 2-star conversion members to Jiang Shao as a gesture of goodwill. Then, he asked Jiang Shao to enter his Ocean Ridge world. Jiang Shao couldn't refuse. Why did he enter the Ocean Ridge world? It was because Hopkins didn't want to wait anymore. In this Ocean Ridge world, Hopkins seemed to have prepared a lot of things for Jiang Shao. Obviously, Jiang Zhao's growth was not fast enough, and Hopkins was getting old. He wished that Jiang Shao could advance successfully in the next second, so that he could turn into a star warrior for the second time and try to explore the outside world. Of course, Jiang Shao didn't tell him about the secret of the Dragon Cave. "This old guy, you pretended to be generous and gave me the poo-poo whale the moment we met. Now you've lost the bridge of communication with the star beasts, haven't you? I'm not going to tell you what I found." "Sir," Catherine said softly, looking at the silent young man in front of her. At this time, Catherine was acting as a guide. Although she appeared to be a perfect servant on the surface, in reality, she had some ulterior motives. In fact, how could any star warrior at the peak of the starry sky, especially those who were doing well in the star organization, be mediocre? Catherine had long understood the relationship between the old prophet and the little prophet. She also knew very well that the little prophet and the little prophet were still working together at the moment, but one day, after completing the mission's goal, there would be no room for 2 tigers on one mountain. Catherine was willing to make an investment. No matter who won or lost in the end, she only needed to rely on the strong. It was a very terrifying thing. A first-class player in the Star Conversion Organization, a star warrior who was at the peak of the starry sky, actually had to rely on others in order to survive humbly. Sometimes, Catherine cried on the inside. Why did I get involved in this mess? Wasn't it good to be a top-notch mage god that everyone looked up to, respected, and even feared? I can do whatever I want. I am a king, but I have to be a servant here. Why do I have to encounter these 2 terrifying star warriors? Why is this? Catherine restrained the surging emotions in her heart, and the smile on her face was still elegant. She asked softly, "Sir?" Catherine asked, "When you arrested Hua Xing and his wife, especially Elizabeth, did you get a map?" "Yes." Jiang Shao frowned slightly and nodded. Catherine said, "There are 6 locations marked on the map. Those are the places you need to go." Jiang Shao asked quietly, "What do you mean?" Catherine said apologetically, "I'm sorry, sir, I don't know. I'm just here to take care of your daily life." Jiang Shao grinned, waved his hand, and a space door opened. A hand reached out from behind the door and handed a map to Jiang Shao. It was the map that Elizabeth had in her arms during the final battle between Jiang Shao and the Star Organization leader. At that time, Elizabeth made it clear that the map was left behind by the prophet and belonged to whoever won. After that, Hua Xing and his wife were captured and little Chongyang found the map in Elizabeth's arms. However, Jiang Shao did not understand the exact location of the map. He did not expect that the map depicted Hopkins' Ocean Ridge world. "Do I look like I can't take care of myself?" Jiang Shao said casually as he unfolded the map and looked at it again. On the map, there was a clear red line all the way from south to north, crossing mountains and rivers, and finally landing on a mountain. On this line, there were 6 special red X marks, which seemed to imply something. No, sir, I've prepared a lot of unexpected things that can help you relax and improve your quality of life during the arduous process of your mission. Catherine smiled confidently. Hearing this, Jiang Shao was amused. He said, "Why, did your dwarf band learn good day? Is today a good day, the kind where everything you want to do comes true?" Catherine was speechless. All of a sudden, Catherine realized the difference between her and Jiang Shao. His mentality was so good, what the hell? Did he really not feel defeated at all? Catherine said in a low voice, "You must be joking, sir. Okay, don't do those fancy things anymore. The song you played last time was too evil and it made me upset." Jiang Shao then handed the map to Catherine and asked, "Where's the location?" Catherine nodded. "I only know the approximate location. It's in the Apennine Peninsula." "Oh!" Jiang Shao was stunned. He took back the map, looked at it and said, "So, this mountain range is the Alps? This stupid map, why don't you draw it to the southeast and put the boot heel in it? Then I can see where it is." "What's the use of just drawing a boot?" "Yes, sir." Catherine nodded hurriedly. "Okay." Jiang Shao flashed and went directly to the Apennine Peninsula. The two stood high in the sky, each wearing the soul of the sea devourer. Jiang Shao held the map and looked at the terrain below. On the side, Jiang Shao flew slowly in the sky according to the first bright red X, looking at the endless forest below. From time to time, he would see some pale figures wandering in the forest. They seemed to be a group of low-quality skeletons from the dark burial forest of the Apennine Peninsula. However, in the lower dimensions, the dark burial skeletons were of silver quality and the effects of their star techniques were extremely low. Hence, they were rarely used. However, the dark burial skeletons thrown in by Hopkins were likely to be of the same quality. There might even be gold or platinum quality ones. Of course, Jiang Shao was not interested in competing with the skeletons. As he flew, the forest below became denser and the pale figures in the forest gradually disappeared. A few minutes later, Jiang Shao could no longer see the situation on the ground. Hence, he flew down with Catherine. "It seems like our mission is going well," Catherine said. Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" Catherine said, "There are star beasts in every area of the Prophet's Ocean Ridge world, but I didn't find any living creatures in the depths of the forest. That's very special, isn't it?" "Yeah." Jiang Shao nodded. Surrounded by the giant trees, the two tiny humans barged in. The dense leaves covered the sky, and only a small amount of sunlight could penetrate, making the forest extremely dark. It was supposed to be an extremely dangerous place, but it became especially safe because there were no star beasts. "Something must be wrong?" "Sir, I've discovered something," Catherine suddenly said as they were walking. "Where?" Jiang Shao asked. Catherine said, "It's right in front. It seems to be a wooden house." With that, Catherine raised her hand abruptly, and a massive beam of holy light descended, lighting up the dim forest completely. Platinum light of heaven! The huge ray of holy light did not just fall in the distance. Instead, it moved forward rapidly. Speaking of which, it was rather interesting. Back then, when Jiang Shao was fighting with Plato and Catherine's team, Jiang Shao shot a withering arrow and shattered their teammate, Bloodbat. Meanwhile, Catherine watched helplessly as her teammates gradually withered and died without doing anything. The Bloodbat struggled in extreme pain and despair as it died bit by bit. Up until the moment of its death, its teammate who was begging and screaming at Catherine did not manage to beg for her medical star technique. She didn't even bother to move a finger. Yet, she was now using the medical star technique to provide Jiang Shao with illumination. "Damn it, I'm your teammate." "Really? I'm so unlucky. Catherine who refuses to save me?" My medical star technique is not for saving my teammates but for illuminating Mr. Jiang Shao? While thinking about it, Jiang Shao, who had passed through a forest, felt that the surrounding environment was getting brighter and brighter. He also saw a slightly dilapidated wooden house in the middle of a huge open space. The environment here was very interesting. Why was it dark in the forest? Because the huge trees were lush and blocking the sunlight. Why was it so bright here? It was because there were no trees around the area of the wooden house, and the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees had also been cleared. It was as if a skylight had been opened and more like a spotlight on a stage. The sunlight shone from the sky and landed in the area of the wooden house. What do you mean? Do you think you're not eye-catching enough? Did you deliberately shine a light on your own house? Well, the stage effect is not bad. While Jiang Shao was thinking about it, a person walked out of the wooden house. It was a giant with messy hair and a sloppy beard. You're here. The man, who was at least 2 meters tall, spoke. His voice was old and his face was full of wrinkles. He seemed to be very old. Jiang Shao waved the map in his hand and said, I'm here, but I don't know what I'm going to do. The bearded old man laughed and said, I'll kill you. It's that simple. Jiang Shao grinned and said, Who are you? You're very arrogant, aren't you? The old man waved his hand and a huge battle axe appeared in his palm. Jiang Shao was taken aback. This axe was obviously beyond the scope of people's understanding. The huge double-sided axe was like a bow shape, and the 2 axes on the left and right were even more terrifying. It was not a problem for 5 or 6 people to stand on it at the same time. In contrast to this huge double-sided axe, the 2-meter-tall giant suddenly became a small guy. If it was 40 years ago, you would have been dead. The old man smashed the double-sided axe on the ground and looked straight at Jiang Shao. He said, I'll give you a chance to leave your last words. After you die, I will allow your servant to bring your last words back to your hometown. On the side, Catherine suddenly let out a soft cry, but she hurriedly covered her mouth with one hand. Since the moment the old man came out, Catherine's eyes were a little confused. She always felt that she had seen this guy somewhere, where, with a flash of inspiration, Catherine finally remembered why she was so familiar with this old man. As a member of Star Conversion, she prayed devoutly in the Pantheon every day. Although the object of worship had always been Prophet Hopkins, the other gods in the Pantheon, Star Conversion, and Warrior Conversion would also kneel every day. Isn't this old man a member of the Prophet's team when he conquered the European continent, the big shield warrior codenamed Sparta? The old man frowned slightly and looked at Catherine. He said, You recognize me. Catherine bowed slightly, but did not respond. She just silently retreated. Jiang Shao turned to look at Catherine and said, Who is it? Catherine then replied, A member of the Prophet's team, one of the gods who conquered the European continent, shield warrior Sparta. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. He turned to look and compared the old man's image with the sculptures on the bottom of the sea. He also remembered that there was a statue holding a double-sided axe. However, the double-sided axe in the statue's hand was of a normal size. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, You're still alive? You're already so old. Listen to my advice. Be obedient, turn back, open the door, and enter the house. Hurry up and go home to take a walk. Don't come out to blackmail me. Although Sparta did not quite understand Jiang Zhao's words, Jiang Zhao's attitude had already made everything clear. How could it be anything good? Sparta's gaze turned cold, and his expression darkened. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Jiang Shao tilted his head and looked at the old man. If I'm not arrogant, how can I be called a young man? Sparta suddenly picked up the huge double-sided axe with one hand. I will use your flesh and blood to sprinkle all over my courtyard. Jiang Shao pulled out a huge blood-colored blade from his chest and pointed it at Sparta from afar. In the next moment, the huge blade in Jiang Zhao's hand that was surrounded by blood mist began to change color and shape from the hilt of the blade. The dark red blade turned into the color of scorched earth inch by inch. It was gray and red, and cracks instantly covered the entire blade. Jiang Zhao grinned. Try it? I've never been a god. But I have a nickname, the Terminator of the Gods. Don't call yourself a god in front of me. I'll kill everyone I see. I've opened a WeChat account. You loves writing. It's just been established, and I'm currently sorting out the character cards. When the books are completed in the future, I'll write some foreign news and interesting news about the 9-star world. Those who are interested can follow me. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.